All right. I can't see the comments. There we go. I'll try to put that back up again, but I spoke with Ham earlier. I think he's playing racquetball, but it's 11 o'clock and he'll probably call in. Yesterday he wanted to go live at 11:15, so here we are whenever he calls in. I wanted to point out one thing about GBUX. And it's not a criticism of anybody. It's just the situation. And for me, I wish I just spent $800 buying 99 shares of GBUX. Well, I've known the story for, I don't know, 6 weeks, whatever the number of weeks. And I kind of kicked myself. I think, why didn't I just buy $800 worth when it was 80 cents, 75 cents? Well, there's a couple of reasons we don't. One is we don't feel like it's going to go quickly, which is how I felt. I thought it could be months. We also think something else might move more quickly. We get inured to new ideas because it's like a drumbeat, and they don't work, and why would this one work? Those kind of things. But the one thing I want to point out, and this is true of any of these stories, and I think it's true of Railtown AI. Had I purchased $800 worth of GBUX when it was 75 cents, 80 cents, I'd have 1,000 shares. And now that it's $8, and it looks like it might, here's the risk. It's up, and over the weekend, maybe the powers that be figure out a way to get it back down. I don't know. But to me, GBUX looks like it hasn't even begun to squeeze. It looks like it is a wave. If you're a surfer, you're finally up in it and you're going to catch it. So, which is why I bought my little bit yesterday, because I want to be able to say I was in it. But the observation, which I guess is trite, is had I bought it a month and a half ago, I'd be sitting on 1,000 shares instead of 100 shares. And yes, I would have had to wait 6 weeks. Yes, I would have run the risk that it didn't work. But that extra leverage maybe is worth that time, is worth that risk. That's all I wanted to point out, is that sometimes when you get in at the nice price, you have to wait. But boy, does it feel good. It's not for me, but it feels good that, hey, wow, I got in and it's up 10x and it hasn't even begun to fight. So anyway, that's my little observation on that. I didn't really look at any news stories this morning. I've been on the phone. Let me just see if anything's going on. J.D. Vance is trying to make himself relevant. Wow. Texas is going Democratic. Oh, well. All right, so Cash Me Outside, Patel, is moving forward. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see any real news stories. Let's see on Yahoo Finance if there's any news. Retail sales fall sharply. U.S. stocks hold steady. A lot of chaos, a lot of chaos. NVIDIA shakes up stock portfolio. Intel stock pulls back from Vance-fueled gains. Robinhood stock soars, profit jumps on post-election rally. I let AI trade 1,000 for a week. Here's what happened. I don't know. NVIDIA shakes up stock portfolio. Iron Mountain stock plummeted. West Bank Premier Financial gets a nod for a merger. How long does $1 million last after 60? Well, depends if you invested in GameStop or not. Is the smart money backing up the truck on NVIDIA? NVIDIA. My tattooed lady. All right, I don't see any real news, so it's a boring Friday. Mark R. GBUX is up 500% year to date. Yeah, Ham called that one, didn't he? He's not relevant. I think he's relevant, but the news hounds are saying that he's feeling intimidated by Elon Musk's access to Trump. And then when Trump was asked, is J.D. Vance going to be your successor? Trump's answer was not necessarily. And my opinion is Rubio probably will be the successor to Trump in the Republican election in 2 years. That's my guess, not J.D. Vance, but we'll see. We'll see. Sounds like somebody is typing when I speak. Well, it's because I run a tight ship. I have a bunch of secretaries working for me. I don't know what to say about that. That's the mother-in-law. She's trapped. I can't explain all the noise. Hey, Joe, where are you going with that gun in your hand? I'm gonna kill my old lady. I caught her messing around with another man. I haven't seen Brown Dog again, but this morning I met Stella. She was a 3-year-old, very happy girl. She was brown, but she was very happy to meet me. And her owner said, oh, and I think she was Labrador. She was brownish, blondish, but she kept jumping up to say hi to me. And the owner was, Stella, get down, get down. I said, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. She was a good girl. But then he gave her treats, and the treats are, dogs are highly motivated by food. The one, hey Narad, hey Gerald, hey Darren, hey Tom. I know, lucky boy. I miss him. I miss him a lot. he taught me a lot too. Dogs can teach you all the important lessons, the only lessons you need. They can teach them to you. Hey, Frank. Hey, Akira. Hey, yeah, that's a sweet one. Lucky boy. Jack Peach. Dobre utro. I don't know, that's wrong. Toya moi pes. He was a good boy. He really was a good boy. That's what my neighbor said to me. He was a good boy, and he was. They must have socialized him well because he loved meeting people. He would take treats here. Well, he's not here now, but if I would give him treats at home that were, like milk bones and things like that, he kind of not interested. But out meeting people, if they gave him that, he would take it and he'd get excited. And I think it was just to show, just to interact with somebody else. He cared about people. He cared. Happy. That's you remind me of Rodney Dangerfield. He said he's dating someone new. He met a new girl, Valerie Dubois. And he says she wants me to call her VD for short. And that got everyone laughing back then. But I guess no one thinks of what VD means. I know. Gronk. Gronk needs a big hug. He needs someone to hug him even though he doesn't want a hug. Yeah, let's see what's happening with GBUX. It was 860. I don't have a way of getting a current price, I don't think. But let me look. It was 860 when I signed on, roughly. So, obviously I bought just as it pauses. But let's see. I really think with GBUX, all right, it's 840 it looks like now. I really think with GBUX, darn it. It's 58,000 shares. The bid, I don't see the bid. So I don't know what the bid is. Let me go to a different site. The thing I'm excited about, and we'll see if, it's 835, 840, 845. The high today, I can't tell you. Well, 870. The volume, 57,000. What I'm intrigued by with GBUX is to see if there's a squeeze. And today would be the day to start it, wouldn't it? Because there's the 3-day weekend. We'll find out. Ham's not here yet. We'll ask him. I know that's a good girl, but good boy. I'm sorry about the typing sound. I don't know what to do about it. Hey, Patrice, Brian, the one. Peace, love, and happiness. Diggy, doggy, diggy, doggy. GBUX to the moon. I hope so. I put my order out GDC over $100, but obviously if it traded up significantly, I would probably change that, because you got to exercise some money management if you can call these Oh, the groomers, that's better than what I had to do. Ham said shorting was a political hand grenade. Why wouldn't Trump be afraid of it? I don't know that Trump's afraid of it, but I'm highly skeptical that Trump can, you call it naked shorting, and that's one thing to call it. There's another thing is counterfeiting. There's failure to deliver, failure to request delivery. There's the stock loan desks and the F3 button. There's a lot of things you can call it, and I suppose, for lack of a better word, you can call it naked shorting. But I don't think that's what Wall Street calls it when they talk to Ann Wagner. I don't think that's what Goldman Sachs calls it when they hand select the next Treasury Secretary, probably the Treasury Secretary, but the next SEC chairman. I don't think it's what Ken Griffin tells the new head of, the old head of NASDAQ or FINRA. I don't think it's what I forget the name of the guy that runs Goldman Sachs. I always forget his name. Blankenfield. I can't remember. But anyway, the head of Goldman Sachs, when he talks to the president, who he installed, I really don't think they use the word naked shorting. They'll talk about, they'll try to make it vague, opaque, confusing, and it's just normal course of business. High frequency trading, and yes, some trades get missed and we catch up and we're a little behind, and our systems. And by the time they're done, the president's eye glazes over and he doesn't know what to do. That's my opinion. So I think it'd be much more helpful if we advocate for the president to focus on the American dream, making the American over-the-counter markets, small cap markets, a source of honest capital again. I think that will be more productive. When you have high-frequency trading by hedge funds, and you have Ken Griffin installing light towers 60 feet in front of somebody else so he can purloin fractions of pennies, illegally front-running trades so he can get richer than any human being on the planet. That aspect of trading is not going to be changed. Bernie Sanders used to talk about we have to tax it. Well, he's corrupted now. They have tax advantages as if this is a good thing, such that hedge funds and big institutions who trade stocks, 60% of their short-term gains are taxed as long-term gains, something like that. And then you've got this idea that the high frequency and it's so fast and we don't have time to check to see if the stock is there, and we've got to trade quickly and we're going to miss out on a trade, and we can't give away our secrets, so don't have a consolidated audit trail because we're so busy, we're so smart, we're the geniuses, we went to Harvard and we went to MIT and we've got systems in place and we're going to make so much money, and America is the greatest financial marketplace on the planet, and we're the bloody geniuses that are going to create America's wealth just by moving paper around and spinning it so fast. And we're going to talk about it, and we're going to get rates of return, and you can't believe how good we are. And you can't keep us from this trading, because we're not going to be able to give you the profits that we make. And we're not going to be able to give you the little envelopes full of cash. I really do not believe Donald Trump is going to do anything about what you call naked shorting, what Wall Street will call perhaps an accident of doing business, the important business of turning everything into a bloody spin of the roulette wheel and a bet, everything. But Wall Street's going to say this is so important. We're the new industrialists. We're the American story. It's all crap. These are people that are gambling with enormous amounts of money. And when they lose, they make you pay for it. When they win, they go marry Laura Sanchez, the most available woman in the world. I mean, it's a hell of a deal. But keep voting for Hillary and Joe and Hunter, and keep voting for it. Just Elizabeth Warren, keep voting for the corruption, and that's what we'll have. I personally do not think Trump will attack the, whatever you want to call it, failure to deliver, the hypothecation and rehypothecation and sloppiness, I don't know what to call it, of selling shares that do not exist on the promise of future delivery because of hitting the F3 button. I don't think he's going to change journalism, professors, congressmen, congresswomen, senators, presidents, regulators, hedge funds, high-frequency trading. I don't think he's going to change any of that at the major level. But I do think where it would be fruitful is to point out to him that these criminals who happen to be named Smith and Jones and happen to live in New York and Florida and Toronto, Frankfurt, and maybe elsewhere, these criminals take advantage of the rules that are in place for the big boys and girls, but it's all men, but big boys and girls. And whilst Goober Gensler looks the other way, whilst Adina Friedman gets her nails done, whilst Robert Cook overindulges at lunch, these people use the rules that were set up for the big jerks, such that they destroy every company who needs capital, who lists on Adina Friedman's exchange. Once the glorious exemplar of American capitalism, the NASDAQ, now just a playground for her ego and incompetence. The over-the-counter market, I don't know what that guy, Charlie Cromwell, Chuck E. Cheese, I don't know what that guy thinks he's running. But the standard advice is you should never invest in the over-the-counter market. What a joke. Why would he be proud after 2 decades of running it of the job that he's done? Well, I can guess one reason, because the people that really make the money are the hedge funds and their cohorts that sell stock that doesn't exist and then give money to the CEO that belongs to the CEO in the first place. They do a deal, you know, that idiot Jeremy Farmer. We have no evidence that Lynn Partners or its clients have shorted our stock, so we're going to enter into a new financing with Lynn Partners, and we're going to do the mother of all reverse splits. We're going to do a 1 for 500 shares, and we're going to be financed, and we're going to fight our way out of this, and we're on your side. Whose side do you think he's on? As soon as he announces that, Jeffrey Smith over at Lynn Partners is selling stock that Frommer can't do. The SEC will not let Frommer sell stock without a prospectus. The SEC will not let Frommer sell stock without a use of proceeds. The SEC will not let Frommer sell stock without telling everyone who's buying more than 5% of it. But the Adina Friedmans and the Gruber Genslers of the world let Jeffrey Smith at Lynn Partners sell all they want to sell without owning the stock, without locating the stock. They pre-sell stock that doesn't exist, accumulate money, and then when the investment banker, the Benchmark or Jeffrey Lind or somebody up in Toronto comes with the bankers and the lawyers, they do so much work with the offering. No, they slap something together so that the criminals can continue to destroy Adina Freeman's companies. And she doesn't care as long as a woman goes down with the ship on the board. She's a functional idiot, Adina Friedman. So these criminals accumulate a pool of capital that Jeremy Faulkner can't do on his own in his defense. Jeffrey Lind can do it. And so all of a sudden, he's got $5 million sitting there in cash. Where from? By selling stock without a prospectus, without an offering memorandum, without full disclosure, without SEC approval, without even owning it. And then Jeremy Frommer, 1 for 500. Hey, Jeffrey, we need some money. Oh, hey, we can help you. Let's just wrap it. Let's talk it up. I'll contact my 4 hedge funds. We'll get the lying lawyer into the room, and let's draw up a contract. And it'll be like before. We'll give you some of the money. We'll do it in tranches. All you have to do is put stock with the transfer agent. And what we'll do is we'll price it above market. And we won't use a convertible bond. What we'll do is we'll just ask for warrants, and we just want to look back on the pricing, and that's fair. I mean, you've got a great business plan. Philip Vallier's all for it. We'll give you the money right away, and then you can buy pizza for everybody that protests in front of the SEC, and you can look like a big shot, but you have all your financing one stop. And Jeremy Frommer goes, wow, that sounds good. And I know that you're not working with the criminals, and I know from my extensive study that you're not part of the problem and that your clients aren't shorting. All right, sure, let's do it. Next thing you know, he takes the money. Next thing you know, the stock's down. Continues its downward slope like a ski slope. Worse than Richard Nixon's nose. Down, 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 dive, dive, dive. But the thing is, he's still the CEO. He can award himself options. He's got 21 people. He's a big shot. You lose all your money. Me, I lose all my money. Jeffrey Lind, he lives the high hog. Hey, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not the one shorting your stock. And Jeremy Fromner, the intellect, the genius that went to SUNY Albany. Well, I see no evidence. That's the state of our markets. So you can call it naked shorting, you can call it failure to deliver, you can call it whatever the heck you want to. Counterfeiting, I do not think Donald Trump is going to solve it. He is not going to come in and say, we're going to change it overnight. Because it will, the U.S. market, I would guess, is leveraged now at least 10 to 1. It might be 30, 40, 50 to 1. And the feed chain, everybody from the guys at the top, the guys, what's his name? Ken Black that runs, Ken Fink, Steve Fink that runs BlackRock. $10 trillion? $10 trillion. How's he getting those rates of return? They cheat. But they do it very, we're very, we've got a lot of probidity, and we've never gone to jail, and we've got this return and that return. But you don't want to look closely at how they make their money. A lot of it's just that the Treasury, which they own, just keeps printing money. A lot of it's Congress, which they own, keeps going to war on behalf of certain countries around the world. We're in a spiral of spending that they make money on, trillions of dollars. Well, if Trump's going to go instantly change the requirement of Goldman Sachs, a stock loan desk with the name of an investment bank on the door, from you can only trade stock that's been delivered, you can only lend stock that's been paid for, and you can only do it once, and we're going to end naked shorting, Donald Trump will condemn the U.S. stock market, in my opinion, to becoming the world's fourth largest, fifth largest, maybe temporarily the world's 10th largest, 20th largest stock market. We're number 10. USA, we're number 10. Why? Because if he insists that Goldman Sachs stops cheating, if he insists that Ken Fink stops cheating, if he insists that Robert Black stops cheating, you're going to see what happens on the other side of leverage. Live by the sword, die by the sword. All of a sudden, the U.S. stock market isn't whatever it is. I don't even know the size of it right now. I don't know, 70 trillion? I don't know what the number is. It's not 70 trillion. It's 7 trillion. He's not going to do that. He just simply is not going to do that. And I don't know why we try to fool ourselves that Donald Trump is going to come in and get rid of naked shorting. We're just smoking pot. Where I think it will be fruitful is to tell Donald Trump, you know, these assholes that are the bankers, whatever they do up there in the rarefied air and they get rich, let them keep doing all that. But the Donald, if you want to bring industry back to the United States, if you want to bring innovation back, if you want to bring back the American dream, if you want to bring back jobs in the cities and towns of this country, you've got to have a fair over-the-counter market. You've got to have a fair NASDAQ. You've got to have a fair small cap market. Why don't you start there, the Donald? Start there. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to him at all. I voted for him. President Trump. Why don't you start there? That's the only thing I think can be done. So I don't think Trump's afraid of it, don't get me wrong, but I think Trump knows that if he turns it off all at once, yeah, I mean, that would be a classic case of throwing the baby out with the bathtub. Anyway, those are my thoughts on that. 870, let me see where it is. I show 802. 837 by 839. Any word on Nix? Yeah, Nix, they're gonna be taken over by Amazon, and the stock's going to be $50 on Tuesday. Now, I don't have any news on Nixie, and I'm not going to have news that isn't fully disclosed. But the stock is 265. I think the stock is trading much better than it did. Nixie announced a private offering of up to $50 million worth of Bitcoin secured by convertible notes. Wow, Bitcoin. Hey, GME's buying Bitcoin. Wow, we got to jump, run. That's it. I mean, that might be a good announcement, but to me, it seems too cute. They appointed Deborah Chen as CEO, Deborah Volpone as CEO. That's the news stories. I think Nixie traded back in, I think the third week of October, it traded 52 million shares, and the stock went to $12 pre-market. And then during the market, it opened at 8, and it's been down ever since. I heard rumors that White Diamond Research was involved with Nixie somehow, and I think White Diamond Research is criminal. I think the guy that runs it is a fraud. I think he's a thief. I think he's corrupt, but he's rich. If he still is somehow involved, I think Nixie is going to have a hard time getting into, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, $90 a share. I don't know. I think that guy's a total scumbag. I'm sure he comes off well, more professional than I do, but he's only out there for one person. He's a criminal, I think, and he just happens to be, Irish Catholic. Anyway, that's the only risk I see, Tom, in Nixie, is that guy's a no-good Nick, and I think he's powerful. I think he's got a lot of sway with the short community. On the other hand, what I think is going to happen with Nixie is that 52 million shares was a sign of something. Not having access to the inner process going on, I can only assume that the sign is there was a problem that the shorts were having, or there was a interest by a lot of large investors to buy the stock. And as we know from the news stories, Nixie is committed to becoming $1 billion company using some sort of AI technology that came from the Logic Group. It's called Radix AI, and trying to revolutionize how a sleepy warehousing type, middlewoman type company called Just Got to Have It can provide gifts to the gift industry worldwide using new software, AI, and enhancing their ability after 30 years of growth, to grow. Nixie is acquiring Just Got to Have It, and apparently that will be finalized. That company did $10 million in revenue last year, with 40% of it profitable. And it has strong investor support. We know that how? From the press releases. How do we know that? Further, there's a spinoff, and 70% of the investors who were insiders forwent their right to that spinoff. So we know that there's big players in there. We know the company wants to be $1 billion company. We know that the stock traded 52 million shares for a morning. We know all of this. The question is it through? Nixie went from, I don't know what, a couple of dollars to 12. And then Adam Geffert of White Diamond, in my opinion, threw a monkey in the wrench. Is Adam Geffert the be-all, end-all? Does he, when he talks, do lightning bolts come down from the skies? Is he going to stop everything? Maybe. Little crybaby that he is. But my bet with Nixie, Tom, and I pulled back from it once it ran up, but on a risk reward basis, I think Nixie at $2 to $3, it can still go down. These are all piece of shit companies. It can still go down. But this was a company run by Granger Whitlaw, Recruiter.com, who did business with the shorts and the criminals of Wall Street raising money. The short position, in my estimation, in Recruiter.com is gigantic. So, could it be that Nixie and the investors have given up? Granger Whitlaw has 250,000 shares, free and clear, as a reward for his performance. Do you think he wants that stock to go down? Do you think he wants to sign a deal with Jeffrey Lind? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Nixie has one more hurrah in it. I'm not convinced that the surprise is possible again. I'm not convinced that whatever strategy they have can necessarily spook the people that Adam Geffert works for, such that Nixie can go to $100 or $80 or $60. But I do think there's enough of an interest, there's enough really smart people, enough money, enough of a plan, enough of a trap short, plural, enough of the detritus of Granger Whitlaw's and other CEOs boneheaded deals with criminals on Wall Street, that 52 million shares in volume, to me, was not all she wrote. So I no longer own any Nixie. I think Railtown is a better risk reward. The reward may be a lot greater in Nixie, and the reward might be a lot sooner in Nixie. But I think Nixie has significant risk. Because right now, Nixie is, you can read it, it's essentially a company, 20 women and one guy, who are middlemen for selling laminated wood with a picture in it as a gift. They're the middleman, or candles, or curtains, or towels, or clever sayings on a coaster, whatever gift stores sell. You go in them around the world. It's all crap, but people buy crap. Kenny G has a new Christmas album out. Happy birthday, Jesus. I hope you like crap. Anyway, that's what they do. Do you think that's an exciting business? I don't know. They made 10 million last year revenue, turnover. That's not going to get them to $1 billion. So they must have a strategy to acquire other businesses, and they must have a strategy to bring money in, and they must have a strategy to do it with a bang, to trap the shorts that Granger Whitlaw, I think he was in charge of Recruiter.com, allowed to come into the stock. Is it going to work? I don't know. Everything is an edifice. Everything is trying to get the pieces all in place. to make it happen. But you're against an implacable foe. And if you bring in to the process a liar, a cheater, a thief, a greedy man, a short, like Adam Geffert of White Diamond Research, a criminal, all in my opinion, of course, what do you expect to happen? So, Tom, here's what I think is going to happen with Nixie. It's 265. I think that stock is going to have another burst of extremely high volume trading. I'm not talking 50 million. I think it could be 100 million, 200 million, 400 million shares over a period of days. I think there's going to be an attempt there's going to be a battle, let me put it that way, between the shorts being trapped from recruiter.com and the shorts that Adam Geffert represents trying to benefit from retail jumping in on it. It's going to be a back and forth. And Geffert's going to lick his chops, and the shorts are going to lick their chops, because anytime a stock goes up, they can sell stock that doesn't exist from their layers in Puerto Rico, in Colombia, in Frankfurt, in Canada, through their fronts like Jeff Lind and the Seth brothers. So that's going to be on the one side. On the other side are going to be a highly motivated group of intelligent people trying to make Nixie the next hot stock. So where I come down on Nixie now, Tom, I never said that to you, but I thought Nixie had a chance to have a short squeeze, and I thought it could go to 30, 40, 50, 60 dollars in a squeeze, and maybe higher. I now think Nixie, and by the way, when it ran up to whatever it was, $6 or whatever, I backed off, and I think I made that clear with everybody, because the risk reward got sketchy. But we're now back into a good risk reward range. I think paying $265 or holding it at $265, your risk is the stock maybe goes back down to $2, maybe down $1, I guess. But the company does not need to raise money. They don't need to go to Jeff Lind. They can slow walk it by just living off of the revenue and income from Just Got to Have It. So they don't need to do a disastrous deal, and I don't think they will. I don't think they will. So what I expect for Nixie is soon, very soon, next week, the following week, next month, but very, very soon, in the near-term horizon, I think Nixie is going to have another run. Will it work? Well, that's the risk. I can't answer that. Will it break out above $8, $12? I don't know. But to me, buying it at $265, you could see $26 a share. You could, in a squeeze. I'm not willing to say that it's going to go higher than 20 or 25 or maybe $30 in a squeeze. I think Jeff Geffert, whatever the Geffert's first name is, the poodle guy, the white diamond guy. I think he's got levers he can interject and pull and all that. He's a crook, and he works for the crooks. And he has no good motives. He's got a heart that's as black, and black's a good color. He's got a heart that is as cold. Cold's a good thing. He's got a heart that's as evil as a Terminator. So what I think is going to happen with Nixie is you're going to see another burst of buying. I don't know when, next week, 2 weeks, a month, I don't know. But I think you're going to see a flurry of buying. I think you're going to see more news on the stock. I think you're going to see the potential of a lot of interest coming into the stock from around the world, maybe. I don't know. So what I think from 265 is the stock has risk. Obviously, it could go back down below 2. But I think at 265, I'd say within the next 6 weeks, you could see that stock up $10, maybe up $15, maybe up more. But I may try to buy some more if, for example, GBUX went up. But if I were in it, I would take my profits. It would be a trade. I wouldn't hold it long term. I wouldn't buy into the story too much that they're going to be $1 billion company. There's rumors out there that it's going to be a $25 stock and it's going to stay there and it's going to have all that value. Well, I wouldn't buy into any of that. As soon as that stock got to 8, 10, 12, 15, 20, 25, 30, I'd be gone. I'd be long gone. So Nixie is a trade. I think you can make 5 times your money, 10 times your money. I think you should be ready to sell at any rally. You should take your original investment off the table, use money management. But I think you're going to see hundreds of millions of shares trade in Nixie, and you're going to have another shot at making a lot of money. Just don't hold it long, because I think the Adam Geffert connection not only is disastrous short term, I think it'll kill the stock long term. He's a bad guy. What's my opinion on building a dividend portfolio when we make some money? I love that idea, but I would surprise you. I'm not somebody that would recommend the standard. I mean, there's a guy I like very much, Gregory Minorino, and he recommends an income-producing ETF. And right now I'm forgetting the symbol of it. He buys a lot of it. It pays 9%. I wouldn't do that. I would buy companies like, let me see if I have the names here. I'm probably not going to remember the names. Yeah, for example, like Dorchester Minerals, the symbol is DMLP. Let me see what the dividend is. I can't find it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Drives me crazy. All right, it trades at $32 DMLP, and it earns 280 a share. Their dividend is $3.22 a share. So their dividend is 10%. Now, this is a royalty company, so they pay out their dividends from income from oil and gas properties that they've owned, and they've been around for decades. And there's a couple of other companies like this that I like, but this is the one that sticks in my head. Anyway, there's a gentleman that I've known for 30 years in oil and gas, and he's really an honorable man, smart, an accountant. His word is as good as his bond. He gave me, I asked him last August, I said, of the royalty companies, of the income producing companies in oil and gas, which ones would you buy? And he gave me 3 or 4, and that's the one that stood out in my memory, but I have a list of the other 2 or so. Anyway, that's what I would buy, Benjamin. I wouldn't buy, the stock market is going to be a place to invest, and I think it's going higher first, but you've got to be really careful. Companies that have paid out dividends and had their dividend grow for decades, like maybe a Coca-Cola or my memory bank is weak on these companies right now, but defensive stocks, drug companies, grocery chains, these kind of stocks, that dividend can be cut. And particularly in a depression, particularly in a financial crisis, even if babies still need diapers and old men still need Viagra, and people need to buy bread and corn, the dividends are not sacrosanct. So my view, and you'd have to buy into my view, but I think that if we're going into a crisis financially, which may not happen right away, it could take 5 years, I don't know, but I think we're toward the tail end of a 45-year bull market and a complete financialization of everything. And people talk about dividend stocks, and they bring forward their experience over the last 30, 40 years and project that out over the future. They may be right, but I think the odds are against that next 20 years having the same experience as the last 30 or 40. So one of the risks I see is that the US dollar, although Donald Trump is making brilliant moves to protect the dollar's standing in the world, but the US dollar could be Chris Christopherson's cleanest dirty shirt. It may be the best, but it may be doomed, like every other paper currency out there, to a new Bretton Woods, to a reset in the world's financial market. That reset could come because of negotiation. It could come because of a war that someone loses. And if we went to war right now, I wouldn't want to say we'd be the winner. We might make sure the whole planet loses before we go down. But I'd say right now, it's not altogether clear that we could fight a war on 2 or 3 different beaches and win it in a way that the world functions. But I'm willing to I'm willing to find out that we have weapons we haven't talked about. But we'll see. The other way the reset could come is a financial collapse it could be triggered. One of the triggers that I think still awaits the world that would be a black swan is when the new king of Saudi Arabia announces to the world that he is going to put off production of the empty quarter, or he's going to put the Garwar field into mothballs or something similar for future generations. In other words, it'll be a face-saving acknowledgement that the Garwar field watered out. Saudi Arabia produces 11 to 12 million, if you believe them, barrels a day of oil. Half of that comes from the Garwar field. And the Garwar field is 60 years old, 70 years old. That's one old man. That's the king of kings of oil fields. And they're water flooding it in an extensive, sophisticated, a highly talented way. But, and I'm going to do it by memory now, I think it's called the Special K Zone. I could be wrong, but I think it's K. Is the sweetest source of oil in the world that the world's ever known. And they're flooding it with salt water to get the oil out, and it's working. I forget the numbers, Benjamin. I think 4 million barrels a day of oil still comes out, roughly, but they use 15 or 20 million barrels of water to push that. So the risk is, and I don't think the world's ready for it, the risk is that it waters out, that it faults out. And all of a sudden, Saudi Arabia isn't producing 11 or 10 or 8 million barrels of oil a day, but is producing 5. Their consumption demand is, there is, on a per capita basis, they use more oil than we do. That would shock the world. But another thing that could shock the world is the Permian Basin miracle could be over with. The Russian oil story could start declining very rapidly. If I had to pick what's going to cause a reset of the world's financial system, I think it's going to be the recognition, which will come out of left field, that the world does not have enough cheap energy to carry on this growth trajectory. And the first things that'll pay will be bonds, currencies, lifestyles, and then it'll be older men will pay because they can't defend themselves. Women probably will lose some of their rights because our society will go back to a world, I think, almost feudalistic world. At least that's the chance. So anyway, without prolonging this long-winded answer, if there's a financial reset, incomes like Social Security, or incomes like interest on bonds, incomes like dividends from US-based companies or international companies that earn their money in paper currency. Those incomes may stay true, but the purchasing power of those incomes might be reduced. My answer to it: own income off of oil and gas, own income off of miners, own income off of resources. If you own income off of oil, just to use a simplistic example, right now you drive up to the gas tank, you pay $5 a gallon, or three, what, I don't drive, but whatever you pay, wherever you are, you pay $5 a gallon. Well, in your mind, as long as I get $5 dividend, I can afford my $5 gasoline. My argument to you is those $5 dividends might continue, but gasoline might be $25. So my answer to that is, why not own an income stream off of the companies that supply the raw material for gasoline? Because whatever happens to gasoline prices, oil prices, is going to be reflected in your distribution. So while you get dividends off of CVS, or whatever the hell, the dividends off of Dorchester DMLP, which are at 10% right now, which, Benjamin, is an indication. It is an indication that Wall Street thinks that there's a risk to that dividend. There's a risk they could cut it, and et cetera. There's a risk that the geniuses out of Harvard and Princeton and MIT, who have told the government and Fidelity that the United States and Europe are no longer going to consume hydrocarbons in 10 years. That's filtered in to these prices. My argument is that's not going to happen. Everybody's going to burn natural gas. Everybody's going to burn oil. And I believe that climate change is a danger to humankind. I'm open to a debate as to whether climate change is man-made or not, only man-made. I think there's aspects to the climate that we can't change. The sun, where we are in the solar system, where the solar system is in the Milky Way, all sorts of things. But I also think that mankind is putting, it's undeniable, we're putting carbon in the atmosphere that hasn't, at levels that haven't been seen since butterflies were the size of a jumbo jet. And, that's just a fact. So I don't want to say that I am poo-pooing the concerns of these people who think the planet needs to wean itself in 10 years of oil and gas, and therefore the assets that sit underneath DMLP's projected dividends are going to be worthless in 2035. I don't agree with that. I think those assets not only are not going to be worthless, I think they could be worth 10 or 15 or 20 times what they are today. There's not a single one of those greenies or liberals that come out of those colleges that don't expect to be able to fly to Paris for a love affair, or to fly in Australian Terrier puppies from Australia, or to import modern dresses from Spain, or I don't know, fresh fish from Turkey. I don't know. The modern world runs on oil and gas. So anyway, that's a long answer, Benjamin. I'm trying to give you why. I totally support building a dividend portfolio. In fact, if silver does what I think it's going to do, I think you must get out of silver when it trades up and buy rental properties, buy something you know, or buy income streams. And that'll change your life forever. It could change your children's life. But I would build a portfolio not of dividends on your father's Oldsmobile. I'd build a portfolio of dividends on, I don't know what to call it, the new vehicle for the future, which I think would be energy dividends. Sharif, best boy. He needs somebody to hold his snout together until he wiggles away. Oh, Candy, thank you. The Gronkster. I love the Gronk. I wish I could see Gronk. Let's go look at that again. Let's look at that again. Oh, it's gone. Where did it go? Where did it go? Here it is. That's the best boy in the world. That's the best boy. GBUX biggest drop yet. Well, that's the risk. And I woke up last night realizing it, that I bought in right as, probably the peak. I see it at 837 though, right now. But anyway, that's the risk. I mean, that's always a risk that it drops. But GBUX has been acting like every time it pulls back, the buying comes right back in. And so it's been acting like a short squeeze is going on. And who knows? Who knows? We'll find out. What are my thoughts on Trump wanting Gaza? I'll summarize my thought on Trump wanting Gaza. I think he wants to make sure Israel doesn't take Gaza. That's what I think. Israel, in my opinion, committed genocide in Gaza. They destroyed and murdered and slaughtered Palestinians. Well, what about October 7th? Okay, I'm not going to get into that. But I will ask, October 7th, even if you take the most extreme case, there were 1,200 Israelis, innocent Israelis slaughtered, which is horrible. It absolutely makes your stomach churn when you see the pictures. But, I mean, there's an offsetting narrative from Israeli soldiers, by the way, that a lot of the people killed were so-called friendly fire. Anyway, I don't want to get into that debate, but if you assume that all of the killing on October 7th was from evil Palestinians, and it means all Palestinians are evil, okay, but what Israel did in return was level Palestine. Level it. They destroyed hospitals, sewers, schools, neighborhoods, homes. They wiped entire families off the map, and apparently they killed upwards of 400,000 people. There were 2.3 to 2.4 million Palestinians, half of whom were children. Almost all, if not all, Palestinians don't even have a passport. They can't leave Gaza. They're trapped. Well, according to Trump now, there's 1.9 million Palestinians. So what happened to 400,000 of them? I don't know. I don't want to get caught up in an argument. But at what point is an eye for an eye, which is a very Old Testament view, by the way? Christ came to tell us, turn the other cheek, which is a completely different message. I'll leave it up to you to decide which one should prevail. But I think Israel punished Palestinians enough. Whether it's 30,000, 40,000 people they killed, 100,000, 300,000 people they killed, when is it enough to make up for the precious 1,200? And I'm not saying that, I heard myself. I don't mean to say that those lives are not sacred. But what I mean to point out is, why is it fair to kill 300,000 people versus 1,200? I mean, I don't think just because 1,200 were killed, it means 1,200 should be killed. That's how I felt about 9/11. That's a crime. Why did we have a right to go slaughter Afghanis or Iraqis when it was Saudis that flew that plane and Egyptians? I don't know. These are decisions that I don't feel like I have the moral authority to make. But anyway, what I think Trump sees, Trump is a Zionist. His friends are Zionists. His daughter, his son-in-law is a Zionist, in my opinion. So Trump is, I think, very loyal to the message of Israel, which is, we are victims in the world. And as victims, we have a right to defend ourselves, and we do no wrong. Well, that might be true. I don't know. I don't want to get into that. But I think there's a part of Trump that very cleverly has watched what Netanyahu, who is a criminal, in my judgment, and others, I think Trump has watched what Netanyahu has done. And I just don't think he wants Israel to take over Gaza and the oil resources offshore as a reward for that slaughter. And he can't come out and say that. But that's what I think Trump's done. I think Trump has checkmated Netanyahu and said, great, I'll go along with your story. Israel's the victim. Israel can't live with Gaza Strip as it was, fine. But you're not going to get Gaza Strip. We're going to take it. We're going to build a new Monte Carlo, a new Dubai, a new Hong Kong, a new Singapore in Gaza Strip that's going to be owned by everyone. Israelis, Palestinians, Egyptians, other Arabs, other investors. And we're going to do it for the benefit of everyone. And I think if he does that, I think he'll make sure the United States benefits in terms of getting whatever investment back. But that's how I come down. I think Trump is making sure that there's another aspect. I think he sees a problem and he wants to solve it. And this endless cycle, where I would argue that the Zionists came and pushed Palestinians off of their farms and their olive gardens and out of their cities, and Menachem Begin was a terrorist. That's what I would argue. There's the other argument that this was a land without a population, and it was given by God to Israel 3,000 years ago, and it belongs to Israel. I don't know. These things create big arguments. I do not think that narrative is correct. So when I first heard Trump's proposal, I was aghast. Aghast. He was standing next to the murderer, the criminal, saying it. But then I thought about it. You know what he's doing? He's trying to be fair to Israel. He's trying to give Netanyahu what he asked for, which is a safe Israel. But Trump's also looking at the Palestinian situation and realizing there are no homes there. There is no infrastructure there. There's probably radioactive poisons there for the rest of all time. Depleted uranium bombs were used. So I think Trump looks at it and says the only country in the world who could create a livable space here is the United States, and we'll put our full weight behind creating a safe place to live for everyone in Gaza Strip, and we'll stop this cycle of hatred and destruction. That's what I think maybe he's doing. And I think Trump is going to ask Russia to help him. I think Trump is going to ask Putin to help rebuild Gaza Strip, and maybe China. But I think that's what's happening. At its core, it makes me ill because I think those homes and those dreams belonged to Palestinians. But at the same time, it's like any earthquake or any war or revolution. After it happens, there's facts on the ground, so to speak. And I think Trump is trying to come up with the fairest solution he can think of without unduly rewarding Israel for its destruction of Gaza. It wasn't a war. It was a slaughter, in my opinion. But anyway, that's kind of how I see it. I don't like his threats to unleash hell. I also think Trump does not want to attack Iran. So this is a way of showing Netanyahu some support without bomb, 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 Iran. I don't think Trump wants to get into war with Iran. And Russia signed a deal with Iran just recently to keep Iran from producing nuclear weapons. So I think Trump right now with Putin is in a strong position to keep Iran nuclear weapon free. GBUX is 860. All right, let me see if I can get Ham on. Oh, Ham already did a call? I didn't know that. Let me call him. Okay, so Ham's already doing a call, so I guess you'll have to listen to it there. I agree with you, Dan Stango. I agree with you. I think we've been corrupted by the love of money. I think that's well said. I guess he had a call. I didn't know that. He didn't let me know. He usually lets me know. White Diamond did a hit piece on T-Lo. Yeah, White Diamond's bad news. Hey, R.C. LaBelle, thank you very much. Yeah, Lucky was a sweetheart. He was the greatest gift I've ever been given, ever. And I'm just lucky I got him. Bill Michael, when it comes to the stock market, Trump is hands off. Yeah, I think he'll be hands off on the bludgeoning, but I think he might be open to working on the margin, which will be the small stocks. Look, the SEC doesn't give any concern about the over-the-counter markets anyway. So that's where he can get some purchase. All right, so I hope you listen to him. Logic is a confusing one. I'm trapped in it. It's my largest position, although I'm not sure it really adds up to much money right now. I don't trust Cognitobot. I don't trust the deal that they just agreed to with Metacrap, or whatever the company's name is. But that's just me. I think that this is the final coup de grace that was organized by Aubrey Advisors and Chadron Advisors in advance to help Polar and other hedge funds steal 100 million, 150 million out of the market of Logic and Collective Audience. But that's my opinion. There are others that believe that this is a great deal and it's going to lead to more revenue and more companies coming in. I hope they're right. My target for Logic had been, 45, 50, 60 cents. Based on the news, based on what they were going to do, 7 or 8 companies. But the risk always was, to me, is you had to convince 7 or 8 CEOs to take the deal simultaneously. Otherwise, Aubrey's clients would short each situation downward, so the new situation would dilute the good on a per share basis. Well, now you just have one company. It's got 10 followers on LinkedIn. To me, it looks like it was slapped together simultaneously with the creation of the SPAC, or close enough that it's just a piece of the puzzle that Aubrey and Chadron were putting in place to steal the market cap of Logic and Collective Audience now, Data Logic then. So I'm not very optimistic about Logic. Is it worth a trade? Yeah, it could be. It's 2 cents. Maybe it goes to 5 cents, 10 cents. But I think Logic has been well and truly screwed by Aubrey advisors. And the next thing you're going to hear about with Logic, in my opinion, is a reverse split. And that'll bail out Polar and the other hedge fund who invested in Aubrey Advisors' sponsorship of the Data Logic SPAC, along with Chadron. But I think it was the intent of Aubrey Advisors et al. To steal from the start. It was a 2-year plan, probably longer than 2 years. And I think now this company is just the final piece of that stealing. And if they do, let's say they do a 1 for 50 stock reverse split, that means that Aubrey Advisors' client Polar can take 95% of their money out of the market without a closing transaction, without paying taxes, and without having to buy back stock. That's what I think's going on with Logic. I think the decision making at the board level for Logic has been disastrous. Well, he's got to buy flowers. You don't send me flowers anymore. You don't sing me love songs. You don't. Yeah, GBUX is amazing. I know, lucky boy. Look at him. Best boy in the world. They started it first. Do you know, Benjamin, that I'm not gonna tell you that. I'm not gonna tell you. They started it first. There's a young Israeli soldier who was in a position of authority, and she gave an interview that it was impossible for that to have been started because of the modern technology. that was used on that wall. But anyway, all right, we'll leave it at that. They started it first, and therefore the whole country should be wiped out. We'll leave it at that. GTII up 100% for the fun of it. To listen to him, the story is pretty good on GTII, but I'd be careful, Dustin. It's not over with, and I think it's highly unlikely that you're going to be able to get value into GTII without cramming us down. But we'll find out. Sounds like the British. If this happens to the United States, well, I think it did happen to the United States. And what happened on 9/11 was terrible, but I think it's come out that the people on the flights were mostly Saudi Arabian and Egyptian, not Iraqi. In fact, Iraq had nothing to do with it. And that bin Laden was hiding in Afghanistan. So in our frustration and in our anger and in our hurt, and because we were led by an idiot, we declared war on Iraq. I think the United States made the exact same mistake, Benjamin, that I think Netanyahu made. And that had nothing to do, I don't think, with religion, although at the end of the day, as a country, we accuse, just in a blanket way, Arabs and Islamists of being terrorists. So, Benjamin, I think we did the same thing ourselves. Hey, John, how are you? $874. $870. Barbara, you're the best. Isn't that nice? That guy right there, don't you want to just go grab him by his nose and he won't let you, and then you rub him by the ears and he loves it and he leans against you, and then you give him a pat on the shoulder and you tell him he's a good boy? Benjamin, you're a smart guy and you're a good person. The only reason you don't want to talk about it is that in your heart, you know that it's wrong to kill 40,000 people. You know that. So I know it. I know it's wrong that we went in and bombed, the United States of America went in and bombed Iraqi women and children. Does it make me less of an American? No. It means that I'm exercising American rights to question, think, demand better, It's the same in Israel. It's the same with you, Benjamin. You're a good person. You can argue. You can think all sides of it. And it's just not true that a group of people locked but in an outdoor prison behind concrete walls are a significant existential threat. They might be, I mean, I can get the argument that there's tunnels and that Hezbollah and Hamas are a threat to Israel, and that these, I don't know, handmade and better rockets are a threat. I can get that. But the sheer power of Israel with tanks and 2,000-pound bombs and jets and modern guns and missiles and drones, it's not a war. It just isn't. But I mean, we all make compromises with our morality. We live in the West with great plenty. We take hot showers, we have doctors, we have access to medicine, transportation, whilst, I don't know, I can't do the arithmetic, seven-eighths of the world lives in poverty. So I don't mean to say that I am morally better than anyone in Israel. I just don't know how to fix poverty in the world. I don't know how to fix starvation and ruination of populations worldwide. I don't know how to fix it as one person. The one thing I do know, as one of the statesmen that John Kennedy quoted said, the hottest place in hell is reserved for he who in the times of moral crisis remains silent. And I would hate to think that if I went back to the 1940s Germany, that I wouldn't stand up against what happened there then. The horror. I wouldn't join in. I would stand against it. But then what am I doing? What am I doing about people starving around the world? What am I doing about the threat in Tokyo of the radiation from Fukushima? What am I doing about issue after issue after issue? I'm not doing anything. I don't know. I am trying to make a difference in this space of immorality where well-heeled criminals are stealing from American companies, investors, and taxpayers. But am I really doing anything good in the world, Benjamin? I don't know. I think when I have to stand before my judgment day, I'm going to come up wanting. I'm no hero. I haven't done anything good the way a Martin Luther King or what's the guy out of England, Wilbershire, or a Gandhi, or so don't mistake my questioning as a judgment of you or of Israel. But I do stand by Benjamin. Netanyahu is a criminal, and what he did will go down in infamy alongside the worst of mankind's criminals. That's my opinion of a man, not of Israel, not of a religion, of a man. Ham's going to come on in 15 minutes. Oh, really? Your wife's family started you drilling, Bill? I'd love to meet you someday. I'm trying to raise money for 2 or 3 oil deals, as we call them, and there's one that's getting away from me. It's what happens, Bill, and I'm sure you know, there's always cycles in oil and gas, and when it goes to the bottom, and this time the bottom's lasted for quite a long time. A guy like me, I can raise money and I can be in the deal. Like you're talking about. I can own mineral rights. I can be in the ground floor of a company. And I was offered, Bill, back during COVID. You remember when oil went to zero? A guy that I'm very close with called me up. He was raising $10 million? No, I think it was less than that. I think it was 3 or 4 million to buy some assets in Texas. And I flew to London to do it. I met with a good friend, a great, I miss him. I'd like to go see him. But we sat outside of what the hell's the name of that place? God, my memory. Anyway, we sat outside. It was cold, and I was drinking sparkling water. He was drinking white wine. I wanted it, but I had sparkling wine. Anyway, I said, here's this deal. This is what you do. And oil's trading at, I think, $24 at the time. And I said, we can buy this. And as soon as we own it, we can go to the bank and bank the entire thing and take the investors' money off the table. And I'll never forget it. He said, yes, but Bill, oil prices can go down. I can't get his accent right, but cigarette accent. Bill, oil prices can go down. Yeah, I know it's 24, but they can be lower. And I said, the price of this won't go lower. Anyway, Bill, what happened is I didn't get that deal done. Somebody else bought it. Whoever bought it, $3 or $4 million, 8 months later, they sold 10% of the deal, to my memory, for $90 million. They bought that asset when blood was in the streets, and they immediately made a massive gain. It might have been 30 million they paid instead of 3 million. I can't remember now. Let's say it was 30 million, so I'm not. But they sold 10% for 90 million 8 months later, and they have the rest for free. Anyway, as oil and gas cycles, those are the kind of things you can do early on in the cycle when it's bad. But now what's happening is the deals I'm looking at, everybody, and I predicted this, I predicted it. everybody wants to get into oil and gas, and the bankers are coming back, the pools of money are coming back, and now investors are only going to see participation in stock deals or in partnerships or in they're going to miss out on that step up in value. It's frustrating, but I'd love to talk to you about it. I love the future for oil and gas. Oh, you're the best. I'm almost legend. He was the best boy. He was the best boy. I wish I had gotten a puppy with him because Lucky always tried to do the right thing. My gosh, he always tried. It was amazing. Just got my finger voting card. Yeah, I think that's I don't know the answer for sure, but the CT International, to my memory, is the new auditor. I remember reading the press, the filing with the SEC. So it's good. Ask him, what if GBUX short opens a new account? All right, we can ask him that. It's just, Justin, the problem is Wall Street's not a big place, and they're not fools. So if a new account is opened up and the selling continues in a stock that's upside down, the person opening that account's going to say, where the hell are you coming up with this stock? Who are you? Why do you have an LLC? Where's this stock coming from? There's already a problem going on. The stock's already up, But Justin, you bring up a very good point, and I think you have to be aware of it, and you are, is that the strategy of the criminals is, all right, we sold it at 80 cents, we sold it at 2 cents, we sold it at $3, we sold it at $4, we sold it at $7, and now it's $9. Yes, we're losing money, but all we have to do is keep selling. Remember what they did with GME. Just the most recent one, not going way back. With GME, it ran to $85, and they were losing all the way up, but they kept selling, they kept selling, they kept selling, they kept selling, and then they won. They were able to make money on the way back down. Looking for HD Michael. Oh, that's your email? Okay. I'd love to come to Scottsdale. I don't know what I'm going to do about my eye. This doctor is trying to come up with a plan, but I'm leaning towards never taking another operation again. Hello?
Yes, William.
Well, I know you're buying flowers.
I got the flowers. I'm alive.
So now you have a place to sleep tonight, but
I won't be sleeping on the floor. I have flowers.
Yeah. So anyway,
Not nice, but they're flowers.
I didn't know you were having a call. I didn't mean to step on it.
Listen, I know I have to run around. I'm just running around. I had to do some stuff, and I just wanted to give people an update because everyone's calling me, and I can't speak to everybody independently, so I'm trying.
Well, anyway, I'm still live if you want to talk to people, but if not,
go.
I can. I don't want to stay on all afternoon. That's why I started early.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's do
all
it
right.
now.
All right.
On my way home.
All right. Here you go. You can start talking.
Okay, everybody. I know. We kind of. It's a crazy day. I had a lot of stuff to run around, so I just did something quickly. The short numbers they're short 1.7 million. Okay, give or take a few shares. I'm just rounding it up. Right now. I got a couple of friends that are buying it. These guys, you can see their attacks are they're just blowing smoke up their ass. They're going nowhere fast. We all know it. You saw the attack today where ASCM, the new market maker, who is a front for naked short sellers, and they dropped in a new market maker, William, PUMA. You probably remember the names from the GTII days, right?
I remember it.
So they dropped these guys in. So everybody understands the reason they bring in more market makers is because they want to show that they're trying to spread out, so it doesn't look like it's a concentrated sale like they did. They did that already with CSTI. All of a sudden, ASCM is a seller, and PUMA is a seller, and whatever else names that are here. So they try to make it look like it's not concentrated. That's why they're bringing other market makers. That's their game, and that's what they do. It's just a different way of shuffling the chairs. At the end of the day, these guys have sold 1.7 million shares. An average price, I'm just going to make it $2 to make it easy. They're down $6.75, almost $7 per share. That is, we are in a short squeeze protocol. The short squeeze trigger number is $2. It's now almost $9. These guys have tried to fight. They're trying to cover. They've been trying to buy investors' stock. If you have more than 10,000 shares, expect a call. I have not been called yet. I've had other people who've gotten calls. They're willing to pay higher. One person I know has close to 100,000, whether it's in his name or a client's, but they tried to buy his 100,000. He told him take a walk. So, I mean, they're trying. This is what they do first. I worked on a block trading desk. When we were a buyer of a stock, we used to call around first. Before going to the floor to buy the shares, we would call around and say, hey, Fidelity, I'm a buyer of 1 million shares of Motorola. You want to sell any? No. I call Citibank. No. We call this guy. Yeah, I'll sell you 300,000. So we would cross 300,000, and then I would go to the floor and try to buy the other 700,000. That's how these things work. So these guys trying to call around, they're trying to say, okay, let's scoop and see if we can get in 200,000-300,000 shares, and then go into the marketplace and try to scoop up whatever we want. And you would say, why would anybody sell to them? Because some people don't know these are the tricks or the patterns. This is how they do it. So again, I look for these guys to panic. They're down $7 a share. And William, I don't know if I told you this, but I spoke to someone super close that is close to the Trump people, and they said Trump is 100%. Everyone in the administration at the highest level is aware, and they're going to go after the naked short sellers. I know people get nervous and they don't understand it, but I strongly really believe Trump is coming, and it's coming fast. So, I just wanted to relay that to everybody. We don't get that information. I happened to got the call this morning on it, and I put it up on Twitter, and I said, I strongly believe Trump is going to step in and hammer these people. So I think it's coming on that front anyway. They may be waiting for that guy to get Atkins to get in. I don't know. So I know it's coming, but I just don't know the second. And but it's definitely going to happen. So I just wanted to let you know about that. Again, the stock that we're all watching, and not everybody's going to get a zillionaire out of this thing, but it will help us in other situations. Finger motion. People I know that are going to come back into finger motion very strong. So the guys manipulating finger motion right now is just a non-event to me. It's just up and down dimes and nickels. It doesn't make a difference. They're trying to get people to sell. That's what they're doing, and it's not working. All right, that's, finger motion. I speak to many, 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 many people, and no one has called up and said, I'm selling. No one call up and say, thanks, Jerky, I lost money, I give up. I don't even get those calls. And I speak to 90% of the people in the stock. So I don't know where the volume's coming from. I told you they're washing trades. I told you I know a couple of guys that are accumulating stock down here. They do it every day, buy 5 and 10,000 shares. So there are buyers here, and I think it's just a big scam by the short sellers of what they're doing. So be aware of that. I'm a firm believer, William, in buying them when they don't want them. I'm a true believer in doing that. So right now, the short sellers are sitting here thinking they have the upper hand. I am a buyer when they don't want them. That's what I do. Okay? And when this other thing goes, I could, really goes, I will move money back into Finger as much as I can. So that's the idea on Finger Motion. I have no problem letting it go up and down a nickel. I'm not in a race. I think we have a monster play that we have right now. And by accident, if you've been with William, we talked about it, and it was going to be a play of 2025. And it's 2025. We're only 35 days in, and it's become a play, correct?
I totally misjudged it. I thought, you got time. Anyway.
I didn't know. I have no idea. It just turned into this.
It's a lesson I was trying. I mean, I don't know what the lesson is exactly, but sometimes when you hear a story, it's your entry price is 75 cents instead of $8. The same money can really meaningfully own a position. But anyway.
Well, listen, this is how you look at it. All right. Listen, I learned it a million times. We've all learned these lessons. Maybe you haven't. I have.
Your mom.
And when you get a call from somebody to look at a stock, you make a determination based on what money you have, and you look at it and say, okay, I'll get involved. I don't have that money. I'll just be able to buy 1,000 shares. So the first thing I do, buy 333 shares if I want to buy 1,000. That's the first thing I do. And then I say, okay, let me get some information on what it is. If I like what I hear, you know what? If the stock pulls back down a quarter, down 30 cents, I buy the other 33. Sometimes I buy it, let's say it's $7. I buy 333 shares, and now the stock is $7.50, and I'm looking at it saying, okay, this guy said it's going to do this. You know what? I'm going to go buy the other 333 shares. I'm going to pay $7.50. I'm averaging up. If it goes to 8, then I buy the balance of it, and my average will be $7.50 with the stock trading at 8. And that's the way I like to do things. I like to average in, and I like to average out when I sell. So let's say GBUX starts running to $10 or $15. I sell 333 shares. I sell 333 higher, and maybe I hold on to 333. That's the way to look at it. You average on when they start going, you sell a little at a time, and you let it get so you can stay longer. You get your money off the table, you get profit, and you're still in the game. That's the best way to buy and the best way to sell. I can't stop the manipulators. ASCM was just before I just spoke to someone. They were 870 bid and 874 offer. So anyone who was buying it, they were trying to short it, and then hopefully they could get people to sell it. And then all of a sudden they dropped the bids real fast. And you could see they did exactly that. But the spread is 17 cents. When do you see a 17-cent spread on an over-the-counter stock? Finger Motion has a half a penny spread. That's because the shorts are still alive there. All right, these shorts are dead. They don't want to make sales. The shorts don't want to make sales in this thing. They're just trying to stay out of the way and saying, please stop buying it. That's what they're saying. And that's what my friends do best. They're torturing them. My friends who own stock below $3 or $4, they'll come out here, buy 300, buy 200, buy 300. They're averaging up. So if they have 5,000 at 4 and buying 300 more shares at 875, it doesn't make a difference. Their average goes up a little bit. And if it goes to 9, they'll buy another 300. That's how professionals come in. That's how professionals will torture a short seller that's exposed. That's how they do it. Now the stock is in a trading range where, okay, it's 874. If they do push it down, there's people that want to buy it that missed it. So they created the perfect trading pattern because they're assholes. The stock is showing strength here. Everyone knows that they're short squeeze. Everyone knows that the stock is going up because of a short in trouble. Everyone knows that. If you don't, then clean your fucking ears, because that's all we've ever said. Okay? And here it is. They don't know what to do, and they're trapped. They're down. I've never seen a stock $7 underwater. I mean, it's just so crazy that they did this to themselves. But that's what they've done. It's $7 underwater. $7. Everyone on this call, if you were short and you had a stock $7 against you with unlimited liability still behind your $7 loss, trust me, you would be closing out that position fast.
So Justin wanted me to ask, what if the shorts just open another account or other accounts and start selling from a different account or a different broker-dealer?
That's a great question. So what are they doing? They're just selling more shares, right?
Right.
So you don't think the shorts, you don't think that the people who are in the stock, the short sellers, let me just give you an example of why that won't happen. Short sellers, if I'm short and it's $7 against me, all right, and I'm a short seller, I call my friends up and says, hey, William, go short this stock. I'm short it. And you'll say, what's your average? And I'll say, I'm short an average at like $7. And you'll say, well, it's 8.5, you know. Are you short more? Yeah. And you sit there and you think, William, well, if he's short at 7.5, I'll take a shot at 8.5, right? Whatever it is, right? So all of a sudden they bring a couple of their small friends in here. William shorts 10, I short 10, Joey shorts 10, Billy shorts 10. And someone keeps buying the stock. A lot of times short sellers get their own friends to go short, and they buy and they cover because of their friends coming in to sell. The shorts screw each other. So it's a very dangerous game. It's a very crooked game on the short side. I watched a short seller that was short a million shares or something. He was on the phone telling his friends to short it, and on the other phone he was telling his other broker to buy it. So he was covering to save his own ass, and he needed people to sell stock, so he got short sellers to do it. And what happens is, as he's covering, his friends are sitting there saying, what's going on? They start shorting more. We shorted 10, now we will do 20. All of a sudden, someone's bought all the shares we just sold. Short sellers screw each other. That's what they do. So it's a very dangerous game on the short side, and the short sellers don't believe their friends. So what you're describing is a new guy coming to do that. It won't happen because these guys know they get set up by other short sellers all the time. Do you understand that, William?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think Wall Street at that level anyway is very small, and the suspicion level is way up.
Oh, God, they don't trust each other as far as they can throw each other.
Yeah.
It's a very dangerous game.
Yeah.
So yeah, these guys will do anything. I'm sure that the short sellers here are looking around saying, okay, he told us to short this thing. What's going on? What do you think? And, you know, the longer it stays around here, now we have one big short seller. We can have three small guys short 10, 20, 30,000 shares. Those guys are living on the edge because they're not the deep pocket guy. And when they see everything going on about this thing, they're going to say, screw this. I don't want to get in front of this guy buying, and he's going to sit there. You're short 1.7 million. What are you, fucking crazy? And he says, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not going to get covered. They're going to look at him and say, what are you kidding me? Everyone knows you're dead. So they won't jump in. There's no reason to. If it runs to 30 and they know you're getting blown out, then maybe they step in.
So the stock's gone from, I don't know, 80 cents a dollar to $8. Why does that happen? Does it happen because all of a sudden they've invented sliced bread, or is it because the short is trapped?
The short is trapped.
So in that situation at $8, Is there something that can happen today or over the weekend or on Tuesday that the shorts can suddenly get the stock price to cut in half or go back to 2? Or they're just trapped. They have no way out, and the only way out is for the stock to go much, much higher to get sellers.
Listen, they're trapped. They can't sell it down. I went out for a half an hour, came back, and the stock is almost in the same spot.
Yeah. Did you have a hot dog?
No, I did not. I have a friend of mine trying to get me a free dinner. I have to go to a comedy show.
To get a free dinner?
And no, in Atlantic City tonight. My son wanted to see this comedian, and you can't get into a restaurant. So I have a friend that's a big gambler who's going to get me a reservation in a restaurant so I can get a free meal. So that's what I'm doing right now.
There's a lot of empty restaurants in Atlantic City.
Oh, that's not true. Not tonight, anyway. It's Valentine's Day. It's packed.
Oh.
We tried, we tried to call. I called 20 of them, and we couldn't get in. So he's trying to get me into a famous New York restaurant called Il Mulino. It's a very famous Italian restaurant, so it's hard to get into.
Didn't we eat there when we were there? What was that Italian restaurant we went in at that round table? It doesn't matter. I
don't remember.
We went into a nice Italian restaurant, but
I'm an Il Mulino guy. Been doing it for 35 years. It was the hottest restaurant on Wall Street for years, and we knew someone there, but he's passed away.
To Miami.
You're in Miami now?
I don't know. I'm guessing. So,
my friend passed away. Yeah, no, I don't know.
Anyway, can back to the $8. What is there anything that can happen over the weekend?
Anything can happen.
I know. But in your experience, is there a strategy that they can collapse the stock price and save their assets?
I have someone trying to buy 50,000 at $5.50.
Okay.
So the stock, if they want to attack it down, there's people waiting to buy it. I have people waiting at 6. I have people waiting at 6.5. People are buying at the top, are buying 500, 200, 100. So no one's really spending monster money here at the top. It's like an iceberg. Most of the ownership is below the water, meaning that they're in the black. So this is a very dangerous game because investors, if we all ran in and paid $8.70 for it and it dropped to $5, and we all bought it, 1 million shares at $8.70, we would all be screwed. Because that's dangerous because people will panic out. But it's the opposite. Everyone bought it low and has been averaging up. So everyone is in the black, and you can't get us to the red unless you drive it always down to 2. And there's no way that...
And do you see, I know it can happen, but is there a strategy to drive it down to 2?
There's no options. There's nothing to hedge. They're completely exposed. This is not a stock with options.
All right, so let's... Go on.
Just look at Finger Motion. It's $1.20. Why would a stock that's $1.20 have options, right? The stock is an option. The options are here so that these guys at any given time can start hedging and create shares. There's nothing they can do here. There's no options.
Okay, so the other alternative is the stock just stalls here forever. Is there any scenario you see it just being at $8 for the next 5 weeks? Or 2 weeks or a month? I mean...
Listen, I don't believe it's going to stay in this spot.
All right, so then going to the other alternative, what can happen between now and the end of the day or Tuesday? Do you think the prime broker or the...
We know the prime broker...
Are they calling and saying, where's the money, pal? Bring stock in, or we're gonna close out this position? Is that what's happening?
The stock is telling you that's what's going on.
And so what are the...
No volatility in the stock is telling you that they're in trouble.
But the volume's there, so obviously somebody's selling.
Oh no, no. There's definitely a few new short sellers. I said that.
New
ASCM, PMUA. They come in. I told you, it's called his friends.
Will they cover by the end of the day, or will they?
The guys that came in, the new players, they will shit their pants and they will not stay long into the weekend because they don't know what's going to happen next week.
So the most likely thing is
William,
let's
look at it this way. William, stop for a second. Let's look at it this way. Hey, William, go short this stock. What did you do? Oh, I'm short 1.7 million at $2. And what would you say if I told you that?
I'm not touching it.
That's what everybody's going to say. That's what everyone's going to say. They're going to say, you fucked. What are you, crazy? I can't get involved in this thing. If you get bought in, I get killed. I'm not doing it.
So what happened with GME when it went to 85? Was it because the shorts could talk to Cohen and Cohen did a deal? Was that what busted it?
Oh, there's no question that the SEC forced Cohen to do that.
I see, but not here.
There's nothing here.
Yeah.
Listen, we've been hearing through the source saying that Goldman guys are talking about this thing having a big deal in 2025. What is it? I don't know. That's how it started. Then the stock started trading. Maybe the people are buyers are wealthy people coming through Goldman Sachs. I don't know. It's not me. I told you my friend bought 300 at 870 today. Other friends are buying 1,500. That's not hedge funds, billion-dollar hedge funds. There's guys that are big hedge funds that are sitting at the bottom now saying, at $5 or $6, saying, okay, if these guys rate it, we're going to pick it up because it's going to bounce back up again. But there is no rates. And each second it goes on, we calculate the money lost, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter.
So how do you see it trading between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock today?
I think it's going higher.
And let's just say it does go higher. How does it open up Tuesday morning?
Higher. I said it before. Again, listen, if you weren't lucky enough to get in lower, okay, obviously anything you buy that's moved this big is dangerous. But what do I do to combat that? I tell people, go buy 100, 200 shares, 300 shares. This is what I tell my friends. You got to buy something. You know what my friends do? I'll buy 500, I'll buy 1,000, I'll buy 300, I'll buy 500. And I say, just be there. You don't have to buy a zillion shares. You have to own something. Because it looks to me you're on the verge of a major short squeeze. And my friends all know that I study shorts, so they're taking the shot. If I called them up and said, go buy 1 million, they would, but I don't want that on my head. Having 1 million shares of a stock that the guy pays $10 for it, and the short, attacks it down, then I got to listen to it. So I don't want to do that. So small amounts is the best way to play it. It is risk. We all know. You buy 100 shares, you're risking losing $800. I got it.
What's the difference, James wants to know, between HKD and GBUX right now in terms of potential, I guess?
You know what? I don't remember everything about HKD. I know it went crazy. I just don't remember when the trading, it's hard for me I don't remember it, to tell you the truth. I don't remember the trading. I know it went through the roof. It went to $1,200, whatever it went to. All right.
Well, let's ask it differently.
I think it's the same pattern.
Yeah, okay.
There's not a lot of volume. If you look at NUKK, very little volume. In 3 days, it went from $1.30 to 78. KOSS was 80 cents, not a lot of volume. It went to 127. So, root is to me is the pattern. Is the pattern that you are seeing the trading of, meaning the shorts are trying to cover. The shorts are trying to cover, and in ROOT, and I was saying it every day. The shorts stopped selling. GBUX, the shorts have stopped selling. Don't get me wrong, I mean selling. I mean, the heavy manipulation is not there anymore. So they stopped selling. If you look at it, root, they stopped selling. When they stop selling and there's no sellers, the stocks just move up. Who's the one driving it up 20 yesterday? A short seller. It's not a long saying, hey, do me a favor, buy me 500,000 shares and take it up $20. That's not a long doing that. That's a short driving up. Longs would buy, if I was Fidelity and they wanted to buy this stock, they would go in and say, okay, I want to buy 1 million shares. It's a thin stock. You know what? Buy 50,000 today, and then buy 50 tomorrow, and then buy 50 the next day. That's how they would do and get into that trade. That's exactly how they would do it. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do. I understand more than you think I do.
Because if you get it, then everyone else gets it.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm a firm believer in, if you want to be involved, you buy 1 share, you buy 100 shares, 200 shares, 300 shares. It's risky. I got it. But everything about the stock market is risky. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's not a free trading game.
Mike wants to know, if GBUX had options, would it be trading differently?
Yes, 100%.
And if so, what are the implications, therefore, for finger motions trading?
Well, finger motions, they've been controlling it, all right? But that time is coming to an end because the company has, I listed the 4 events that are coming up. The special dividend, the Roth report, and their end of the year results, which we believe will turn them to profitability. That's what the CEO said. It's all in the video.
In the video.
And people could sit there, well, they're going to raise money. Well, they did that already, and they raised it $1.50. Again, the difference between what finger motion has done and what KNWN, they added an end, No Labs has done is No Labs has a toxic debt spiral note at a penny with Lynn. And what happened? The stock is traded down to 2 cents. Finger motion sold and raised money at $1.50. It's over with. Who is selling it down here? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, there's a couple of things about raising money. It's an incomplete sentence. One is, what are you raising the money for? And if it's to generate revenue or grow, that's okay. The second thing is, eventually that the benefit of whatever you're doing is going to overwhelm the shorting. And I guess the final thing is, there's no way finger motion is going to take a toxic convertible note again.
No,
warrant note.
Nope. Those days are gone.
I mean, they may raise money again in a low price. You can't do anything about that. But so you answered that. Any idea when the Roth Capital report will come out?
I have my friends digging. Again, there's a wall between the trading desk and the research arm. It's, Wall Street does have some, they do obey some rules. If there's a leak, we will hear it. I told you that. I tried. I do believe Finger Motion is going to have major deals coming up. I don't know what they are. I've been hearing that there's got some new deals. I don't know what they are. I have no idea. I'm just excited about the truck deal. I'm waiting to see that turn into profitability because that's what they're using the money for. They got to buy those cars and put the satellite equipment in it and sell it to the state and local officials.
Maybe they can make a truck that can sit out in front of the SEC and communicate with the regulators all day.
Well, my friend said one thing. Once you go profitable, the shorts give up.
Don't go back.
ROOT turned at $7, announced they were going profitable, and the stock ran to 140. And today it's down 9 after going up 20. So, my friends, that was the short squeeze. That's what it looks like. So when we do get that trade like that, all right, you're going to see the stock scream up. It can go up 20, it can go up 30, it can go up 100. But at some point, they do sell off, and that's what you're seeing. So I'm looking at GBUX. It's 860 to 864. And the last trade is 851. I don't see if that, maybe I got a late print here. But there's no more volume. It's nothing, just market makers moving around, and there's nothing going on. They're trying to figure out a way that they can make the stock look weak. And the way they make the stock look weak is that on the buy side or the bid side, these guys drop their bids.
So who's they? Is it two guys on a phone, or is it guys calling their buddies in New York or in Frankfurt to get bailed out, or is it somebody that works with?
There's three guys sitting in an office that are part of a group, have some money carved out for them, and they're sitting in it. And it's most likely in Boca Raton on Glades Road, right next to the mall, next to the Cheesecake Factory. There's a building. There's a lot of traders in that building. It's been that way for a long time. And that's where you'll see a lot of these over-the-counter scumbags. And Boca Raton, they're in that building on Glades Road. Not that I would know exactly where that is, but it's right next to the Cheesecake Factory, if anybody wants to know.
And so what are their weapons to fight this?
Before, it was no enforcement, and it was the Wild West. But that has now changed. I believe the SEC is clamping down on this stuff. I think there's stuff going on in the back rooms about stock settlement. And we haven't seen what you want to see yet, but I believe it's coming. Listen, if the stock traded 1 million shares at 870, I told you before, I would be nervous. But they haven't done that. Yeah. They haven't done that yet. So they have no volume. They can't average up. They've been trying to average up. What have they done? They sold more shares. They sold 83,000 more yesterday. Yesterday's data, William, and I sent it to you, they sold 83,000 more shares short. And you say, okay, that's unbelievable. Their average price on it was $7.28. They're down $1 on what they sold yesterday. 100% of the water, what they sold yesterday. So today they're trying to sell a few more shares. We only traded 70,000 shares, I think. I'm not even sure. What did they sell today? 50 more? And where is that? All underwater again? Do you realize that everything they're doing is underwater? This is like unheard of. Listen, the opportunities here, you can see it. I've been talking about it. The only way I would advise anybody, if they wanted to participate, would be on a small amount, 100, 200 shares like that, 500 shares if you're a player, 1,000 shares. And let's see the move. If they push it down, you can add some. If it goes, you can sell half. You can do either way. But I wouldn't pile in and say, I'm going to buy 50,000. I have a friend that's buying 20,000 around here, but he's worth a lot of money. If the stock went to zero 10 times over, he would still be rich. That's how much money he has. But he trusts what I said. He trusts what I studied. I showed him the information, and he's buying 20,000 in here. I don't call him up and say, did you buy it? Did you do this? I don't say anything. Just do what you got to do. So there's people, the story's getting stronger. This is not like everyone goes, oh, it's going to drop. It's not. You guys are you're all jaded from the past. Okay, I got it. We've seen it in GameStop. We've seen this. But stocks do squeeze. HKD, GameStop, KOSS, they go on and on and on. Peloton, Beyond Meats, they all go. TLRY went. They do go. There's a lot of them. And UKK screamed. Kodak screamed at $61. They all have their time, the day in the sun. We're just seeing it, and you're getting all the details in real time. Very different. All right.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Not really. If you had to guess, where is GBUX going to close today?
North of 10, I think.
Wow. And when does the WIT come down that is?
I think it's happening. I told you they were calling around. People I know, got calls that they were looking to buy their stock.
So why wouldn't it be, I don't know, making it up 20, 30, 40, 50?
Oh, you asked me what I thought. I said north of 10. What am I going to say?
I know.
I don't know. I can't make that determination how high and far until it starts. The short squeeze hasn't started yet, and it's 860. We're not far from 10, right? If they just go back and buy 50,000 shares without selling it, it'll be 11. Just like Root. It's going to be just like Root. When they stop selling, and there's no one on the sell side, it's just going to whoop until they find someone to sell it. And that's when you're going to see hedge funds run in and buy in front of it.
So did Root go from 7 to 140 quickly?
120, it went from 7, it went from 25 to below $1. They did a 25 reverse, 25 to 1 reverse. It went to 25. It went from 25 to 7. 7 to 120 when they announced the good news. And then it dropped real quick. The shorts are trying to get people to come out of it. It dropped real quick. And now has been moving up slowly every day. And I've been reporting on it. So the short squeeze started, it went to 120, pulled back down. And now the shorts are trying to finish up and cover all their shares now. And that's what took it to 140.
How long did it take to go from 7 to 1?
That was fast. That was fast. You can go look at it. It was fast.
Who decides what the ask price is on a stock?
You, the seller. Anybody can determine what the ask is. You determine what the bid is, and you can determine the sell.
As long as it's over 100 shares.
Yeah, you have to be over 100 shares to have the market make. For a market maker to move and represent your order, let's say I want to sell 100 shares at 860. And it's 850 to 870. I want to sell 100 at 860. It has to be 100 shares. 99 shares, they won't you could be there, but you'll never see your offer there. If it's 100 shares, then you can see it.
Trump just said he thinks the Trump coin can be as good as Bitcoin.
Well, we know he likes money. Listen, he's a very smart guy. What he does, just listen, stop the fraud, get the illegal migrants off the roads, or the people that are hurting people that got to go. He's doing that. Settle the stock trades, clean up the government. The guy's got a lot on his plate. And we know he likes money, so there's 100% he's coming after the naked shorts. DJT, he's got $4 billion in there of his wealth. It's $4 billion. Make it go to 70, he's got $8 billion. Make it go to 120, he's got $12 billion to leave for his family. And he's doing it legally, not illegally. All right? Listen, everyone, it's Valentine's Day. Go enjoy your day. Go buy flowers for your wife. Go enjoy your day. And I'll speak to you tomorrow, William. Or if something happens, I'll let you know. All right?
You get your puppy dogs next week, right?
Next Wednesday.
All right.
In 10 minutes.
Have fun.
All right, everyone. I'll speak to you later.
All right. I'm tired. I don't know what else to talk about. He hung up. I don't know how Del Frisco's was. All right, let's see if this is a good article. Rats. Rats, rats, rats. All right, from Schiff Gold. From Schiff Gold. Peter Schiff, I listen to, but not all the time. He's been spot on, but I find him, for me, just to my ear, bit of a know-it-all. But maybe I'm a bit of a know-it-all. So the headline of this story from yesterday, from Schiff Gold, it's a website. Gold-silver ratio, silver breakout incoming. Gold has reached all-time highs, and the gold to silver ratio now exceeds 90 to 1. Such a high ratio has often signaled an impending breakout for silver prices. It indicates that silver that silver could be undervalued, and we may be on the verge of a major price surge. Sometimes, if you miss a price run up for gold, you can make up for it by buying silver instead as it catches up to its yellow cousin. Not now, my half-white friend. Peter Schiff says, with gold trading at 2,940 and silver still down at $32, the gold to silver ratio is over 90 to 1. Since gold is highly likely to continue rising, I agree with that, an explosive catch-up move in silver is likely soon. So if you think you missed the boat on gold, just buy some silver instead. The gold to silver ratio measures how many ounces of silver it takes to buy 1 ounce of gold. Over the past century, this ratio has typically ranged between 40 to 1 and 71. Which century are you talking about? All right, I guess I'll believe him. He says over the past century, it's ranged between 41 and 70 to 1. I mean, I guess if you go back further to the British Empire, it was 15.5 to 1. All right, when it rises above 80 to 1, the ratio, silver has often experienced sharp upward movements in price. Currently, with gold soaring past previous highs and silver lagging behind, the imbalance suggests that silver could be due for a rally. This is especially true as gold is unlikely to be done with its trend of hitting all-time highs this year and may surge further into the stratosphere. Now, silver is edging back up. Are we about to witness an epic breakout? Hasn't he said the same thing over and over and over and over and over again? Several factors support the case for a silver breakout. The first is monetary policy and inflation. Even as Jerome Powell announces a pause to rate cuts to tamper down inflation, the money supply finds a way to expand. When central banks continue to print money, it fuels inflation and fuels increasing demand for hard assets. Gold's rally suggests that investors are seeking protection against devaluation. And silver, historically a store of value, tends to follow gold's lead with higher volatility. Industrial demand for silver is also widespread. Silver's role extends beyond investment. It is a key component in solar panels, electronics, and electric vehicles, and etc. With the global push towards green energy, demand for silver in industrial applications is rising. The Silver Institute forecasts industrial silver demand to remain buoyed by growing industrial need in the coming years, with 2025 marking the fifth consecutive year of demand outpacing supply, even as it declines for jewelry and other uses. Unlike gold, much of the silver mined is consumed in industrial processes, making above-ground supplies more limited. Primary silver mines are scarce, and supply chains have faced disruptions in recent years. Silver also remains historically undervalued compared to gold. God, it's so repetitive. All right, I'm not going to read the rest of it. After hearing Ham's opinions on GBUX, does that instill a bit more confidence? I am almost legend. It's simple story. The only reason to own GBUX that I know of is it's in the middle of a short squeeze. It's in the middle of a buy-in. At $8, of course, the risk is, as I tried to probe, the risk is it could open at, I don't know, 2 or 3, and you're like, darn it, what the heck just happened? And then everybody will make excuses. Oh, it was, Alpine's fault, or it was Yorkville's fault. There's always excuses after these things collapse. So that could happen, and that's what I was kind of worried about. But I think, based on the trading action of GBUX, and that evidence is there for price, maybe not for many days, but the stock, as it's gone up, they've tried to push it down and push it down and push it down, and it keeps going up. And I don't think it's not our buying doing this. Somebody's buying. I don't think it's a case where retail is chasing this. I think it really shows up that there is buying. And then the thing which I asked him about the volume right now is other shorts come in to short. And they'll do it for fun. They'll do it, hey, it's up, let's see what happens. Because it works most of the time. But we'll see. As the stock closes, I tend to agree with him. He thinks it's going to be over $10 by the end of the day. I think that's what I said yesterday, 10 to 11. I might have even said 12. I think that's a safe, it's not safe. It's a reasonable call that there's all these people shorting today are going to cover at the end of the day, because they don't want to be short that stock over a 3-day weekend. But that's the reason why I'm trying to think, what does GBUX do? I can't even remember what it does, if anything. So the reason I am interested in GBUX is it does look like it is a buy-in happening, and that means a short squeeze. And even though I have a very small position, being in it, it'll give me something to talk about in terms of, wow, I was in that, this is what happened. Um, yeah, I guess it does give me more confidence to hear what he's thinking. Uh, to hear he said somebody wants to buy 50,000 at $5.50. That's interesting. That doesn't always happen. Once it's down, they can pull their bid, but I thought that was a positive. Bill, it is a good weapon, but I think, when I was talking to that guy yesterday about selling calls, the premiums are so weak. I would rather be buying calls in Finger now than selling them, but the stock is so cheap, you might as well just buy the stock. But yeah, you're right. I think the options market helps them manipulate and leverage the stock price downward. Um, Leverage works in both directions, though. And the criminals are not immune from, it's not the laws of physics, but the laws of the flip side of leverage. Yeah, I think silver will be $40 next week. Silver, I don't know what's keeping silver down, but it's gonna be $40, $50, $60. Silver will double from here before you all put your money in. Some people are. But by the time you start seeing it and getting exciting, it'll be 60, 70, 80, 90, 110. Unfortunately, it's going to happen before I have a chance to buy silver, I think. But that's life. Aw, somebody sent me Dave Portnoy's Miss Peaches. Miss Peaches looks like the best dog. It's a senior dog, I think. Oh no, she had a operation. She's a good girl, Miss Peaches. She needs a hug too. No, there's one. Make pit bulls great again. There's one. It's all happiness. It's all happiness. I missed the chance. I had plenty of time. I just kept putting it off. I never got a DNA on my dog. I think he was a Staffy, though. They're all similar. All right, I'm going to let it go at that. What time is it? Let's see if there's any breaking news. It's 1:51. I guess I can go to 2 o'clock if there's a reason to. Let's just see if there's breaking news. Oh my gosh. Zelensky claims Russian drone strikes Chernobyl. Pope Francis admitted to hospital. It's got to be some good news. All right, that's taking too long. Let's look at what rail is selling for. $35.5. Railtown is up. It's 34 to 35.1. It's up 6% at 35.5. Didn't I tell you? My theory on rail, I've told you yesterday, is when that news came out with the headline, the computers read the headline. The computers did, not a human. And they sold. Who's going to give them stock? They're going to have to buy all that stock back. So I don't think you're going to have to wait very long for Railtown to go up. That's my opinion. Let's see how Next Trip is doing. They had news today, and the stock is down 42 cents. News is never necessarily what triggers movements. Let's see what Nix is doing. Nix is up at $2.73.5. But of course you are. Hi, I'm Plenty. But of course you are. Plenty O'Toole. Named after your father, perhaps? All right, so let's look up GBUX. All right, that's up 55 cents, 8.55. I don't know what other stock to look up. Let's keep track of Dorchester Minerals. It's 31.87. They declared a 73.94 dividend. So you pay, I can't read it. I like that idea. Is there a finger leap? I didn't know that. I'll write that down. That's a good one. I like that. RLAIF showing signs of life. Yes, sir, it is. I think Railtown is going to be Funky Town. Why don't you take me down to Funky Town? That was a strike I got because of that cornball video. 35.39 on the ask. 34.6. Why don't you take me down to Funky Town? Wow, they have a lot of stock on the ask. It's got to be spoofing. VIRT, which is a total short crap firm, is offering 25,000. I think that's a spoof. OTCN, another completely fake. This is what Trump should get rid of. They're offering 38,500. None of that's real. It's all spoof. If I had money, I'd go take it and see what happened. Above it is very little volume showing for sale. So on the buy side, there's 12 grand to buy at 34. That's probably a real buy, I would guess. 3 grand at 33.92, 5 grand at 33.83. I'm sure all of that's real. But you can't know for sure. 35.5. I think it's out of the woods. What is the difference between GBUX and ZJYO? Well, none really. I used to know the story on ZJYL, and I kind of remember what it was. They had a very small float, very few shareholders, and they had a group of, I don't know, 20 guys and investors who owned, to my memory, 1.5 times the float. Or the short, I can't remember. But anyway, they owned a big position. And then the company created a 20-for-1 forward split. So for every 1 share that was outstanding, they created 20. And the argument with ZJYL was, well, if somebody's short a lot of stock, they're suddenly going to be short 20 times that amount. And they're going to have margin requirements, maintenance requirements. They're going to get pressure to buy in. That was the theory. Of course, it's all a ratio. It doesn't change the percentage they're short of the company. But anyway, the stock went up. I believe ZJYL and GDC, and to maybe also NIXX. I think people started talking about those stocks on Twitter and saying things that they shouldn't have been saying. And I think the attorneys may have said to the companies, you can't move forward with whatever business plan or strategy you have, marketing, whatever, until some of this stuff has filtered out and is fully disclosed. So anyway, I think ZJYL, GDC, even Nixie sold back down because in being cautious, CEOs decided to give the markets time to absorb whatever was going on. So anyway, I think that's where you are. ZJYL is a shit company, just like most of these. I can't remember if they do wheelchairs or something, but it's a short squeeze story. ZJYL is a short squeeze story. It looked like it was catching fire briefly. But like I say, I think the whatever buying was going on or whatever strategy was going on stopped. I can only guess, and it's purely a guess, that it was on the advice of lawyers saying, hey, as a CEO, you better be careful here, whatever it was. Anyways, ZJYL has sold off, continues to sell off. It's now down at a price that looks miserable. The chart looks decent. So I would say ZJYL is dead. It's money that's not active. There's no apparent squeeze going on in ZJYL. It looks like there's no buy-ins occurring in ZJYL. It looks like ZJYL is under control. We don't know, though. That could all change very quickly. GBUX was 70 cents, 80 cents, a dollar, pulled back a bit, and it looked like it was all under control. And then all of a sudden, it's up 10x. So I would say the biggest difference is that GBUX right now looks like there's pressure on the shorts. They're caught out, and the firms are asking for money and asking for stock. It's what it looks like. ZJYL, that doesn't look like that's happening right now. So I would say if you buy GBUX now, you might be late to the party like I was yesterday. There's a lot of risk. It's $8. It could go back down. But it looks like it's in the middle of real pressure on the shorts. ZJYL is where GBUX was 6 weeks ago. It's under a dollar. It doesn't seem to be under any pressure at all. So the question is there still a large short position? Are there 20 times as many shares short as they used to be? If the stock went up, would it cause pressure on the firms that sold the stock short in terms of maintenance requirements? My guess is yes. So I would think that ZJYL is a reasonable stock to take a bet on. It's just a bet. And buy it while nobody wants it, while it's cheap. And going back to how I started this call, you could buy 1,000 shares of ZJYL for $800. If it goes to 8, that's a nice trade. That's the way GBUX was. It was 80 cents. You could have bought 1,000 shares. Now it's 860. Ham admits that he didn't know that GBUX was going to go this quickly. And you just never know when a stock could run and why it could go up. So. When? And what update? From yesterday? Sorry, 2 days ago when I talked about it? All right, so Line is saying the 5-minute chart is bearish. I've never traded on a 5-minute chart in my life. ZJYL is up today. I think the chart on ZJYL looks attractive, if not exciting. And I think ZJYL could go to 220, 250 pretty quickly. let's go over this again. Thank you for putting the name out, Kuda Guy. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you for bringing it up again. Many people here about 6 months ago, 7 months ago, invested in a private company that used to be publicly traded, that I introduced your names to the company so they could send you the documents. I don't know if you're one of them. The offering was at 4 cents a share. I negotiated for warrants, coverage 1-for-1 at 5-year warrant at 4 cents. So basically you were able to double your position at 4 cents. The company raised over time something like $75 million and established a presence in a desert, a volcano, a field in Nevada, near the Carlin Trend. The company has a resource which is very similar to the Carlin Trend. The Carlin Trend was a what they call an invisible gold resource, a nano gold resource, which no one really knew. They knew maybe it was there. They didn't know how to get it out. And in the 60s, a company named Newmont Mining owned it, or owned a chunk of it. And a guy named, as I understand the story, a guy named Dr. Bill Gill came up with a methodology of getting that gold out. Well, it took Newmont from being a penny stock to being the second or third largest gold producer in North America, maybe worldwide, I don't remember. But it made Newmont a major gold company. Newmont and Barrick Gold own a joint venture called Gold Strike, which owns basically the majority of the Carlin Trend. I think there's other players, but they process the sand resource out of the Carlin Trend in giant autoclaves, and they process this gold at 0.03 ounces of gold per ton. The company people invested in a few months ago was seeking $5 million to develop their sand, their invisible gold, their nano gold resource. The project was purchased 15 years ago. A pilot plant was built using the first methodology that was discovered to work a decade ago, which did not translate to production because you had to put the machines, the mechanisms, you had to put them on the ground. The laboratory models were on the lab desks and the lab shelves. These had to be placed on the ground because you're producing big volumes of resource. They found out that I think the word is valence, but the charge of the earth whether it was negative or positive, I don't remember, counteracted the process, negative or positive, and it stalled everything in its tracks. So they had to go back to the drawing board, and the brains behind it, with his own money and his own equipment that he bought during the COVID crisis, after an earthquake, continued to develop processes that would get the gold out of this sand resource. Well, the sand resource was 185 million tons, verified by a third party, and using a caustic fusion assay method, a crude but viable method, they're able to recover roughly 0.04 ounces of gold per ton. The Carlin sand at 0.03, roughly. So when they first put this project together, gold was trading at $259, $400 an ounce. Gold is now trading at $3,000 an ounce. Using the Carlin trend methodology, the numbers I've heard that Gold Strike pays is anywhere from $800 an ounce to as high as $1,200 an ounce. So it effectively, when gold was trading at $400, it effectively made that resource unrecoverable. Because the methodology that Gold Strike uses is primarily heat and pressure, it's energy intensive. Well, at 3,000, on the face of it, they would more than double their money with this method, or better. So, just based on third-party assay methods and third-party proof of resource, there's a value if Gold Strike were to come in and buy it just using their autoclaves and their brutal method. But the gentleman, after the earthquake and during COVID, put up his own money, and he developed 2 additional methods to get the gold out here. And I want to be careful how I describe it because I signed an NDA. But it's a completely different process than what they used 10 years ago. And it does not rely on positive and negative charges to attract and detract or whatever. Completely different. So his method gets 0.20 ounces of gold or better. It might be 0.25, 0.26 ounces of gold or better out of the resource. So in the third party example, proven, the gold was 6.6 million ounces at 0.4 recovery. This is 5 times as much. So it's 30 million ounces of gold using the recovery at 0.04. These 2 methods developed over the last 4 years recover gold at 0.20. So that takes I already said that, it takes the existing to 30 some million ounces. But the company had run these tests, they've done all of that. There's no benefit any further from doing these practice tests. They need to build out the pilot plant. Well, part of the reason to raise the money, the $5 million, the majority of that reason was to build out the pilot plant, repair the existing pilot plant, and build it out to scale and with the new equipment to produce 36 tons a day, to prove that gold could be recovered at 0.2 ounces per ton. Well, if you use that number on the 185 million, you get 30 million ounces of gold or better, which is an enormous discovery of gold. But the project actually, right now, the third party examined a north zone and a south zone, but they never examined in between or outward. And they didn't go below 200 feet except for with two test wells. Because of the earthquake, because of those deeper wells, and because of the blanket nature of the sands, why? Because they're all in a caldera. It is believed that the sands contain as much as 1 billion tons of resource. Deeper, there is clay, and deeper than that, there is brine, seawater, that all contain gold. But in the sands, it's believed there could be as much as 1 billion tons. Well, at 0.2 ounces of gold recovery, there could be 200 million ounces of gold here. Who knows? It could be more than that. This is massive. This is sky high. So the gentleman who's done all this work is the largest shareholder, is extremely excited about what wealth he can create for himself and his family. More importantly, he'd like to leave this as a legacy. So he came to the company last year and said, I need $5 million to get this done. Well, it was a different market. Everybody was investing in NVIDIA and et cetera. The world's changed now. People want to invest in gold. But anyway, we had an opportunity, and I'm glad I participated, to get into the stock at 4 cents. Like I said, I negotiated so it's actually double. You have a right to buy the same position at 4 cents for 5 years. And I don't know the number, but we raised basically close to $500,000. I don't know all the players. And then I sourced, I'm very grateful and optimistic. I sourced an investor for the $5 million. I couldn't be more excited by it. I think the investor is on the verge of something that is mind-blowingly transformational in all ways: net worth, self-image, generations of legacy. But anyway, that money, it turns out, was not sitting in a bank. It was, as you can imagine. I don't know, Kuda guy, how wealthy you are. I don't know what assets you have. I know in my life, when I've had assets, as recently as a few years ago, when I had a home that just sold for $4 million, you can have a lot of assets, but you might not have a lot of cash sitting around. And it turns out that without going through a long privileged discussion of it, it turns out that there were steps that needed to be taken to gain access to that $5 million. That process has been ongoing. It's been prosecuted, and progress has been made all along the way. It's taken time. It's taken time. It's not the fault of the company. The delays are not the fault of the investor. The delays aren't my fault, but the delays are real. Now you want an update. Who do I go to for that update? Who do I go to? The decisions on releasing funds are not in the hands of the investor. They're not in my hands, and obviously they're not in the hands of the company. So Kudagai, who do I go to give you an update? All I can do is bullshit you. But by definition, as time has gone by, progress has been made. And if you start with a window of outcomes, as time goes by, those outcomes narrow. So the outcomes can be, no, we can't do it. No, we can't liquefy that. No, no, no. As you move forward past all the negatives, the options narrow to positives. And I believe we are at the final stage where receipt of funds is moments away. Moments, I mean days away. Now, Kudagai, I said all this 2 days ago. I don't know what update you think could have happened in 2 days. And I don't know, Kudagai, if you think that if it had happened by now, do you think I would just hide it from you? I don't know. I don't know. I do understand your concern. I do understand that time has gone by. And I do understand that there haven't been updates. The company is in the position that they cannot update you because in a broad sense, they cannot update you because an offering is still underway. I can't really update you because I haven't been told anything, and I'm in a position where I've kind of failed the company. So who the hell's going to give me detailed information? Also, Kudagai, if you think about it, I don't know if you've ever been in the position. If I'm the guy representing the investment and I'm out here suggesting that there's these delays and then I'm pestering the company for an update, it seems to be a conflict of interest for me to wait till I get good news to affect the transfer. I'm not going to do that. I don't want an operational update from the company. And I spoke with the principals over the last week. I don't want an update until the company's funded, because I think that would be a conflict of interest. finally, what I want to say to you is the company raised $1 million additional dollars I think it was 3 months ago, in order to move forward with the pilot plant. The pilot plant needs, apparently, I haven't seen it, needs to be rebuilt, expanded, and new machinery ordered. So they have not lost time in their schedule. It is getting to a point where I think the company needs the additional funding to stay on a reasonable timeline. The whole effort has been delayed by at least 6 months. And that's unfortunate. But having said that, it's a normal thing that I've experienced in many financings and in many early stage companies. So I don't want to say it's normal, but it happens. It happens. Without changing the story, Kudagai, the monies are for purposes of building structures above ground so that human beings can process the resource for gold. The gold itself, in a giant caldera, a giant desert, a giant playa, was formed by the presence of water, rock, and sunlight over eons. Eons. And the concentration of that gold happened over that time. So the 6-month delay, it might only be 4 months, really doesn't affect the ability or the potential for upside. It's unfortunate, it's discouraging, it's yet another wait, and we don't like to wait anymore. We love to get in. We want to be in GBUX at 80 cents and it goes to 8 and it's on its way. That's what we want now. That's not this situation. Let me describe this situation to you. You paid 4 cents a share. And I'm using round, I'm doing it by memory, I'm using round numbers because, frankly, I don't want to sit down with a yellow pad and go through the calculations again. But I'm roughly correct. My numbers are roughly correct. If the company were to just today sell the asset to Gold Strike, I think you're talking about, I'll try to calculate it so I don't get it wrong. I would say, I mean, this is a total guesstimate. That can't be. That can't be. Let me try it again. I mean, it's possible. I don't know how that's possible. Let me use a different calculator. There we go. Sorry, it's 6.6 million ounces of gold times at $3,000. I'm going to say the profit is $1,700 an ounce. That might be high. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. So if at these prices, using that 0.04 recovery and divided by, this is more shares than exist, I think the company, I think the net recovery would be $28 a share over time if we assume that they only pay 10% of that, which is ridiculous. I think you could see a sale of the company at $2, $2.80, $3 a share. Am I dreaming? Maybe, maybe. But the demand for the resource is there. Now, why wouldn't the company just sell the company right now? You can get, if I'm right, you could get $2 a share. Well, the reason is because if you take the just 185 million tons or the 6.6 million ounces, let's just take the 6.6 million ounces of gold, and you assume that you can increase the grade by 5. That gives you 33 million ounces of gold without expanding the resource at all. This is the third-party verified resource. So that's 33 million ounces of gold. The cost per ounce, I'm not going to tell you the exact number I've heard, but the recovery is very high here. So I'll use it without telling you. And we would expand the number of shares. So I'm gonna use that number that I remember without telling you. $103 a share. $103 a share. Profit over time. What would someone pay for that now? Well, if they only pay 10%, that's $10 a share. I think that it's much more likely that because it's gold, that you would receive much higher, much closer to that value in a buyout. Let's say $40 a share. That's 40% of that. I think it would sell closer to 80%, 75% of that number. But that's a gold at 3,000. Gold might go a lot higher. So let's just call that, because the symmetry of the arithmetic, that's $40. Let's call the brutalist methodology, let's call that $4. Maybe I'm rounding up there a little bit, but just for simple, you paid 4 cents. I think you're looking at $4 on a basic exit. Now look, you've got to know that zero can always happen. Zero can happen. But I think you're looking at $4 on a basic exit if they just sold the company. And you're going to say, well, how do you come up with that you just came up with a lower per share number. Well, it's because you would build in an override. You'd build in an override. This case, 103 plus an override, let's just say $40. $40. So you paid 4 cents. I see an exit. Yeah, it could go to zero. But I see an exit if we move forward as we are of on the low end $4, a mid range of $40. It could. I mean, I'm telling you how I got the number, and it's much higher than that. But it could be $40. Now let's just go to. Let's not use 1 billion tons. Let's pick something between 185 million and 1 billion. Let's pick a number. Well, we know if we go down to 400 feet, we'll double the 185. If we go in between, let's just say that we'll double the 185 and we'll add 185. We won't go to 1 billion. So let's just see what 185 million, that's 185 million tons, times 2 plus 185 for a facsimile of what's in between. 555. Well, how I got that is the 185 million tons of resource is down to 200 feet. They drilled something like 38 sonic drill holes. 2 of them, they went deeper and they found the same thing. So it's reasonable to assume that's part of the use of proceeds, is that by going down an additional 200 feet, like the 2 wells did, they're going to find that they double the resource. They could go down to 600 feet. But let's just say it goes down to 400. They could go down to 8, but let's just double that. Then on the in-between, let's just say they find another 185. They could double that. They could go outside. Let's just do that. So that's 555 million tons. Let's go with 0.2 ounces recovery. That's 111 million ounces of gold. I'm not going to tell you at $3,000 what the expected profit is per ounce, but I'll use the arithmetic here. And then I'll divide it by the number of shares I think will be outstanding. That gives a future profit at what I think is half of the total resource of $326 a share. That's before you build in an override. And that's using half of what probably the total resource is. So Kudakai, let me go to the extreme in this case and say that the exit of this investment, in my mind, it's zero. You lose everything. $4 just to sell it for the brutalist method. $40 just sold with the expansion of grade because of the 2 new processes without expansion of the resource, $40, and $400 if the proceeds are used to fully define upwards of 1 billion tons of resource at 0.2 ounces of gold per ton, at 3 grand gold. So $4, $40, and $400. Zero, $4, $40, and $400 a share. Now, what other risk is there, Kuda guy? I think the guy who is leading the development of this process would like to take the company. So if my investors' money doesn't come in, I can perceive a chance that an alternative will be offered to the original investors, who were all as old as George Burns. I'm exaggerating, but they're old guys. If they take that offer, and I told you about it, everybody about it, when we were raising the money, it capped the return out at roughly $1 a share. So I used the number 40 cents just to try to be conservative. If he goes back to that same investor, I think the deal on the table would cap it out at $2. So I would say 80 cents, but let's use the 40 cents. So Kuda guy, let's go back to a summary. You put up 4 cents a share. You could get zero if in this battle of titans and shareholders and for control and belief and disbelief and all that, you could get 40 cents. Or if we're able to fund it, move forward, I think on a worst case basis, and in this case, I think I'm rounding up a little bit, but I'm trying to give you a theory, not exactitude. I think you're looking at $4 a share over time, because it'll have a override aspect to it. If, in addition to improving the grade, you also increase, I'm sorry, the $4 is using the same grade. That's right, using the grade as is. If you improve the grade without expanding the resource, I think it's $40. If you go to expanding the resource and improving the grade, I think it's $400. Now, how realistic is $400? I don't think it's realistic, because we will be dead by the time all that gold is developed. So I think the purchaser might not be willing to pay that much, because she too will be dead. So I think 400 is probably a little bit optimistic. But it's there. That's at $3,000 gold. What if gold goes to 10 grand? By the way, the $400 was based on 550 million tons of resource. What if it's 1.2 billion tons of resource? So the 400 is not totally out of the question either. Now, you paid 4 cents, Kuda guy. Your outcomes are nothing, 40 cents, that's 10 times your money, $4, that's 100 times your money, $40, that's 1,000 times your money, $400, I don't know, is that 10,000 times your money? Is any of it believable? As long as you accept that zero is a possibility, then you have to go to the next question. There's a process which has worked in hundreds of tests on the laboratory basis. What it remains is to produce, weigh the gold on a pilot plant level. Well, it takes money to build the pilot plant. So the question becomes, well, you're crazy. You're talking about 400. It's probably only going to be 40 cents. Well, why? Why? The reality is, Kudagai, the outcomes are 0 or 400, 600. Why? Because if the resource is a blanket sand, which by all indications, not only is it blanket, it's deep, and there's clay below it with gold and brine below that with gold. So if the process doesn't work, conceptually, you got 0. I'm arguing to you that even if the process doesn't work, which it does, the caustic fusion assay method, the brutalist method that Goldstrike uses, will give you $4 a share without expanding the resource. Could it be less? Could it be $2.50? Sure. But it gives you, just because the arithmetic is easy, gives you $4 over time. Just selling that without expanding the resource. So that's 100 times your money. But if, for the sake of argument, we assume that if this new process doesn't work, the alternative is 0, that's the off switch. The on switch is one or both of the new processes work at the commercial pilot plant level. Okay, so if the process doesn't work at a pilot plant level, I've already told you there's value anyway, but ignoring that, if the process doesn't work, let's just be negative and assume nobody puts up more money and everyone walks away. That's 0. Well, we have every indication that the process over the last 3 to 4 years has been working on hundreds of tests, 2 different processes. There's no scaling issues in terms of the problems that they had 10 years ago. And as far as I've been told, and I've asked, there's really no scaling issues here. We'll find out. But let me ask you, Kudagai, if the process doesn't work, you got 0. But what if it does work? What do you have? Do you have a sliding scale? I guess a little bit. But if the process works, if it's a blanket sand and it's deep, and you have the leases, it's arithmetic. It's 0.2 times a billion gives you 200 million ounces. Take half of that, which is what we did. and you come up with $400 a share. What if it's 1.2 billion? That's $800 a share. I mean, these numbers are phenomenal, and it's an on-off switch. Off means zero, although I don't think that's the case with gold at these prices. But anyway, off means zero. On means the whole enchilada. Just because I've given you a range, on means we have it all. Because it's a huge resource. So it's a pain in the ass to wait. It's disappointing. It's not the company's fault, believe you me. I get pressure every single day from the company and from the largest shareholder. Every single day. If they don't call, I can't sleep. If I can't do something, I'm getting gout. The pressure is intense because where's the money? Because they want to move forward. They want to move forward. The pressure from my side is obvious. I personally would like to make this work for all of you, and I'd like to make it work for my investor and for the company and the current shareholders. Where are we? We're Valentine's Day. We're halfway through February. I think that's a year ago that the company received its first offer to be completely bought out. So it's been 12 months from that offer. I think that offer was voted down by shareholders in May, I think, last year. So depending on where you start your count, it's been a year or it's been 6 to 7 months since this investment opportunity, I guess that's the way to count it. Since the investment opportunity was made available has been about 7 months, 6, 7, 8 months. So that's frustrating, I know, particularly when NVIDIA is going up and GBUX is going up and GME is going up and things are moving and money's happening. 6 months, 7 months, that's annoying that we've had to wait that long. But I hope, Kuda Guy, that I've shown you without a short squeeze, actually without management needing to make any decisions with financing groups out of Wall Street, you are in a position that maybe you would argue you're taking the same risk, and maybe that's the way to see it. You're taking the same risk of crap out like any of these stocks, like a MMAT or an MULN or a COSM or a Vocal or a GTII or any of these stocks that have given you nothing in return for the investment. Okay, that's your risk. The reward in these short squeezes could be trying to catch the golden flight of a GME going to 300 or an AMC going to 100 and something or HKD. As we found out, that's very difficult to do. This stock, I hope I've shown you with this long answer, gives you the opportunity, in my opinion, just at the lowest number, just flipping it off, handing it off to Gold Strike as is, of probably more, much more, but let's say 40 cents. That's 10 times your money at 40 cents. But if based just on the third-party confirmations that have already been done, the grade is increased by 5 because of gold prices, I think you're looking at $4, which is 100 times your money. I think if the grade is increased by 5 or better, by the way, and the resources increased somewhat, you're at 40. That's 1,000 times your money. And let's leave the rest of it out. Let's leave it out. So 40 cents, $4, $40. 0, 40 cents, $4, $40. 0, you lose everything. 40 cents, you make 10x on your money. $4, you make 100 times on your money. $40, I guess it's 1,000 times your money. Now, on top of that, CUDA guy, you get 2 shares for every 1 share you bought. Now you'll have to give 4 cents down the road. It's a matter of insignificance. So everything I just gave you, you can multiply by 2. So if you're anxious, I don't blame you. If you're worried, I don't blame you. If you're annoyed there's been no update, there can't be one. I'm precluded by my own sense of propriety. I'm not going to ask for any update on results because I haven't provided the money from my investor. That doesn't seem fair to me. Also, the company can't give you updates because the deal's not closed. So it's a terrible limbo, but it's life. As my dad used to say, such is life. But I hope, CUDA guy, that I've just shown you that you have an opportunity to lose it all, sure, but you have an opportunity to make 10 times your money, times 2, 20 times your money. I've shown you how you can make 100 times your money, times 2, 200 times your money. And I've shown you how you can make 1,000 times your money. Times 2 is 2,000. Over the next 9 months. If the money comes in soon. And simply the risks are, if the money doesn't come soon, I think the guy that owns the most of the shares is going to make a run at the company himself. And I think the return to us will be capped at probably $2. So that's why I called it 40 cents, but capped at that level over time. I've been in close contact with the company, and I think it's in the best interests of the major shareholders other than this gentleman for my investor to come in, because it works to a better result for all parties, including obviously my investor, but to you and to the existing shareholders. So I'm very hopeful that the opportunity will remain open. I'm very hopeful that the monies will come in within the next, let's say, 2 weeks, let's say by March 1. I'm hopeful that because so much work has been done already, that the company will hit the ground running, and within 90 days, the pilot plant will be up and producing. And in normal projections, one would say it will take 6 months of that kind of production to get any kind of excitement on the market, and that could be Kudagai. You might have to wait till the end of this year. But my opinion is once the pilot plant is producing, people talk. And as they're weighing the gold every single day, people talk. And just 160 miles away is Gold Strike. They will come and do their own engineering. And I think you have the opportunity at Kudagai to be in one of the most exciting investments you've ever seen in your life. It's not a promise. That's just what you're exposed to. That's what you're exposed to. And if it matters to you, I paid a lot more for my stock than you did. And I probably have 360 grand in this company. I don't know if I still do because I may have sold some of those shares. I think that's the number. It might be more. I hope it's not more, but I put up a lot of money in this company for me. And I know it. I know the players. I know the risks. And I'm as excited as I could be. But I'm in the limbo as you are of waiting. Now, Kudagai, I gave that update 2 days ago. I hope that suffices. This update now suffices so that I can give you your next update after the money comes in. And I can put out that I'm having a Zoom call and I'm going to talk to all the investors simultaneously on a confidential call. But if you want to ask me every single day, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll probably just go ahead and answer it this way every single day. But I don't think it's necessary for you to ask me every 24 hours, every 48 hours on what's the update. Why? Because the stock doesn't trade. When the money comes in, it's going to take 90 days for anything meaningful to happen. And even after that, it could take 6 more months, according to standard theory. I think it'll be a lot sooner because of scuttlebutt. But there's no reason to ask every single day. There just isn't. Frankly, there's no reason for you to know what's the status of the financing, as long as it's in progress. But I hope you appreciate that I think I've openly answered that question to the best of my ability and as thoroughly as I can. My final thing I'll say to you is, I think a young guy like you is going to make a lot of money. It's not a promise, but I think you're going to make a lot of money. ZJYL, MACD, GBUX pulling back. Can I ask you the name? He gave you the name. He shouldn't have given you the name. Is gold a rum tasty treat? I have not heard you mention anything in 2 to 3 weeks. I just talked about it 2 days ago. Your question's totally appropriate. Problem is, yeah, I don't think you should give the name, but you have your own theory on that. If you want the shorts to attack and make life difficult, just talk about everything in the open world. That's fine. Hello?
So there's your kamikaze attack. I was out. That's what they do, right?
What's the stock doing?
7 to 780, something stupid. They came in.
Well, that's just because I bought it.
So they're just selling 1,000 shares at the market. That's all they're doing. I have friends that are watching it saying they're just trading it back and forth with themselves. That's what they're doing. That's okay, you know.
Trading with myself. Yeah, it's 7 to 735. I still show the last trade at 836, so they must have just done it.
Yeah, they just drop it. That's all
They're doing it because the margin print is going to happen now. So it's 3 o'clock. They're going to start getting their phone calls at 3:30. They just need to show it down so their pain isn't.
That's okay. That doesn't mean the end game is over. You're not live, are you?
Yeah, I am, if you want to talk.
No, I don't want to. You know the thing's coming, so that's
You're not live. I have you on.
all right, no problem. All right, I'll put it later.
All right, man. All right, they dropped the bid on GBUX to $7. Ham just called me and said it's just they're trading with themselves. They're getting it down 1,000 shares at a time. They dropped everything, bid and ask themselves. And he has buyers in there. And anyway, it's the games they play. But anyway, Kuda guy, you don't have to apologize. I understand that you have a right to answers about what's going on. You're not the only guy that's answered, and it's totally impossible that you haven't heard me talk about it for 2 or 3 weeks, unless you weren't on when I did talk about it. Because I get a lot of questions, and it's fair enough. I understand that. The only perplexity I have is I have asked before that you don't give details out, and in your wisdom you do. So that's the only tension that I'm sort of expressing right now. But otherwise, I want to give you the thorough answer. Part of the risks of something that gives that kind of potential is the financing risk. And financing small projects is not always easy. But if we can get through this, I think the reward is going to make you pretty happy. Of course, I can't promise that. Has Ham been on? Yeah, Ham was on. What is Ham called on X? Late to dinner. I don't know the answer to that. Just, Jeremy, I would suggest Googling on X. What do you do on X? Just put in a search for finger and you'll find him. His name is something like Ham 59591. Hello?
They needed volatility. Remember that word volatility, remember?
They need volatility, yep.
So their volatility, they have to make it spike. So they let it go up a little bit and then they drive it down. They didn't do volatility. They want it to be wild swings. But you can see it spreads out. If there's no selling. That's why you see a big spread. All right, let me just go. I'm just getting home. Goodbye.
So he's saying they need volatility. That's why they have that spread. He said, remember the word volatility. It's 705 to 775. They're trying to get you to sell, but they need the volatility to cross their trades, and they're scrambling. Silver squeeze incoming. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Not financial advice. I agree with you on that. Here, I guess these are silver ideas. EXK, SLV, HYMC, PAAS. I don't know anything about any of those except SLV. I like SLV as a trading vehicle, but you have to know the silver doesn't exist. ETFs are designed to allow the cowboys to exert leverage on real prices in anything. This is why I'm against Johnny Tobacco setting up NextBridge as a token, for example. ETFs are Wall Street's way of legitimizing their scam on you. But then they just hire insurance agents, that's what they are. Mr. Jones, why don't we put our money into an ETF designed to participate in precious metals? Let's put our money into an ETF for foreign currency. Let's put our money into an ETF for the semiconductors. And then Wall Street robs from you. But hey, everybody loves it. Everybody trades it. And it works. It's simple. It's simple to do. So SLV is an ETF set up to trade silver. You should just know that almost everything in it is just paper silver. So if the world turns into a nightmare, which is what I think's coming, for physical delivery of silver, I believe silver is what's going to pop the financial world for precious metals, for the banksters, and possibly for the United States. Silver. And it's going to happen because once somebody, it might be Apple, what's his name, Tom Moynihan, Tom Miller, whatever his name is at Apple. It could be at Ford Motor Company. It could be at one of the military companies. It could be Tesla. It could be Johnson & Johnson. Just some company somewhere asked for physical delivery of silver, and it doesn't come. I think we're very close to that point right now. And if that happens, it could be 6 months away, it could be 2 years away, but I think we're very close now. If physical silver can't be delivered when future contracts are allowed to not expire, but allowed to go to the request for delivery, you could have a panic in the silver market. That's going to create enormous wealth for people who own silver, in my judgment. But if you own SLV, what's going to happen? I don't know. I don't know the answer. But I think SLV is a lot like MMTLP. You're going to be in a situation if silver overnight went from $40 to $400. If you own the precious metal, you're going to have $400 an ounce. If you own SLV, part of the time it's going to go up. So you could trade out of it. But if you wait, you might find that the defaults in the physical market for silver are going to lead to the implosion of SLV. That SLV is going to say to you, we don't have the silver. And then you're counting on the exchanges to give to you the price that you're entitled to for the silver instead of just giving you your cash back. You're counting on regulators. You're counting on lawyers. You're counting on a whole army of people getting on X calls, getting on space calls, and that we're going to take it, we're going to fight, we're going to make this happen, this is unfair, what happened? And the whole while, Jamie Dimon's going to be smiling at you. Ken Griffin's going to be smiling at you and me. Silver is MMTLP. SLV is MMTLP on steroids. If you want to trade it, trade it. But at some point, as by definition, the reason SLV will go up is because the price of silver is going up because there's been failure to deliver silver. SLV just is. Failure to deliver silver squared. Cubed. SLV is paper silver. If the paper markets collapse, do you want to own SLV? Or do you want to own physical silver? Or do you want to own Sprott Physical Silver Trust? PSLV. But if you want to listen, I think Lion has given you ideas from everything like the oil company HNRC, what was it called? Yeah, you know, the one that was going to give a dividend, and he said you got to get in it because it's going to have a dividend. World, whatever it is. Anyway, I think Lion has come up with a lot of good ideas, and my guess is if you trade stocks and you listen to Lion, you're going to make money. But I think Lion is different than I am in one sense. He's young. So he believes in the digital entries on his phone and on his computer. I'm not making fun of him at all, by the way. This is just a generational difference. Lion probably has invested and made money in Bitcoin and all the others. I haven't. So you can see I'm an idiot. I'm the idiot, not Lion. But I've got to tell you, as a white-haired guy, and by the way, you can look my name up in the Oxford English Dictionary. Farrandly. It means man of comely, handsome appearance. Man of or with iron gray hair. You can look it up. But anyway, I have white hair. I don't know about the handsome part, but I got the white hair. So you can throw my advice out because of a generational difference. That's my point. Because Lion might be correct. It might be good enough just to have digital entries on your phone. And by the way, I'm not making fun of him, and I'm not putting words in his mouth either. But I'm just saying that generationally, people trust these entries. Click, 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 click. I don't trust it. I'm just saying that. I don't trust it. In a financial collapse. And by definition, if silver's going to go to 400, if silver's going to go to 1,000, if silver's going to go to par with gold, one of the main reasons is because the paper markets fail. And when the SLV was set up to save JP Morgan, SLV was set up to save the paper traders on Wall Street. SLV was set up to buffer as a pressure valve against the massive naked short position in silver that exists. If you want to own SLV and take the attendant risks of owning paper silver, buy it. I do think it'll go up. I do think you can buy SLV for the early parts of the bull market in silver. But I don't know how long it's going to take for the talking heads, people smarter than I am, to tell you that SLV is full of hot air and it's all fraud. I wouldn't touch it. But hey, I've got to give credit to Lyon because he can read the charts. Everybody out there talks about trading SLV, so I could be wrong. But I don't know how long I'm going to be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong for years. Maybe I'm wrong for months. But there's a lot of risk in SLV. There it is. Ham 59591 shorts. Ham 59591 shorts. I know, lucky boy. See, this is what happens, Kuda guy. I really appreciate it, but this is what happens. No, it doesn't trade. There is no ticker for that gold company. There's a small chance that the company will still accept funding. So if you send me your name, if you're interested, at farrandbalanced@gmail.com, farrandbalanced@gmail.com, I'll try to put your name in. There's several people that have asked. I haven't forwarded their names yet because I'm just in this limbo. I will ask, though, once I'm ready to fund the company. Yeah, GBUX is dipping. It's 699, 665 to 725. It's 324. Last trade 710. I don't know the volume change. It's not high. If Jack, I don't know your position or your finances, but and I'm not in a position to do it myself. But if this were me normally, I just bought 99 shares. I would be buying 99 more shares at 710, just average down. I don't have the money to do it, so I'm not going to. But this, I think, is a buying opportunity if the short squeeze is real. But Jack, you can't help it. You cannot help it. Not you personally, but one cannot help it. We've grown up. The New York Times tells the truth. The president tells the truth. CNN tells the truth. Boom, boom. Wall Street tells the truth. Your teacher tells the truth. Everybody tells the truth. We've grown up with that. And the price on the screen tells the truth. So you're looking at it and you're saying, oh, there must be something wrong with GBUX. Oh, there isn't any short squeeze. Oh, it's over. Well, frankly, all of that could be true. Because when I tell you you're not looking at the truth there, it could also be that what I'm seeing isn't true either. There is no honesty on Wall Street. This price discovery is false. The bid and ask is false. But I could be wrong too. What I'm seeing in GBUX is that a short squeeze is in progress. But I could be wrong. Maybe it's a big pump and dump. Maybe these shorts have driven it up to suck me in for $800, and now they're going to drive it down and they're going to take my $800. It's possible. I think what you're seeing here, though, if you want to know, Jack, you don't have to believe me. I think that the cowboys that sold this stock short are getting calls from the people who are lending them credit. It might be Goldman Sachs. It might be Alpine. It could be Fidelity. It could be Ken Griffin. It could be somebody, obviously that I don't know. But whoever's extending them credit to sell stock they don't own and to finance it is calling. And when the stock was $8.70, that was a big number. Here at $7.10, it's a smaller number. It's still big, probably, but it's smaller. And the talking, the lying, the making excuses will happen at 3:30. Look, I don't know how it's done down in Boca Raton or up in Battery Park in New York or in Toronto. I don't know how it's done on those bucket shops, those sweatshops. But for me, when I had a failure to deliver, or I had a failure to pay for a trade, or I had a margin call that I had to bring in for my investors, there were several times during the day that my stomach would get nervous and I was under stress. Early in the morning, when I'm sitting in my office, nothing's happening, the phone's not ringing, the operations manager could come by to see me or call me. I'm nervous, 8:30, 9. But usually he didn't, because he didn't get his runs until later. He's got other phone calls, big office. Next time I'm worried, not 9:30, not 10 o'clock, but maybe 10:15, 10:30. After he's gone through his urgent things, he might call me, 10:30. Hey, you didn't bring that money in, and we've got a margin call here. What are you going to do? Well, I don't know. I called the guy. He hasn't called me back. All right, well, let me know. Let's around 10:30. My next time I'm going to start worrying is maybe 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock, maybe 1:30. But usually I can go to lunch and nothing's going to happen. There's no cell phone, so it should be all right. So the next pressure point for sure for me used to be 2 o'clock, 2:30, because that's when the operations manager was authorized to do whatever he wanted to do without even telling me. But I was a big producer, and so I had the protection, a little bit of the manager, and the friction between the sales side of the office and the compliance side. Usually the sales side won. So I usually got through the 2 o'clock number and got to 2:30. But my tension level was sky high from 2:30 to 3 o'clock to 3:30. Because if I didn't get a phone call at 2:30, 3 o'clock, 3:30, and my client didn't deliver or didn't bring in money, when my operation manager called me at 3:30 and said, hey, we need $100,000 or we're going to sell you out. What's the story? Well, I know my client's not sending the money that day. Otherwise, he would have. Otherwise, I would have gotten it in. So at 3:30, 3:35, my choice is to lie, befuddle, say I don't know, or don't answer the phone. I don't have many choices. Well, I was never a liar. I could befuddle. I could say, well, I called and we spoke. He's supposed to get back to me. I mean, is that a lie? I don't know. But it's befuddling. I could just say, I don't know what's up. I'm waiting on a call. Or I could not answer the phone. But at 3:30, 3:35, quarter of 4, if I didn't man up to the situation, odds are the operations manager was just going to blow out the account. So what was I didn't have the power, but what the shorts have the power to do, at 9:30, my call was $100,000. I had to get my client to wire $100,000 or bring a check in for $100,000 or ACAT it for $100,000. But at 3:30, when the heat was on, if the stock went up, in my case, if the stock went up, the call might be only for $25,000, not $100,000. And that's what you're seeing right now. And if the call came in at $25,000, I could say, you know what? He's overnighting a check. He just called me. I wouldn't lie, and because $25,000 he can do. He'll have it in by 9:30 tomorrow morning. Because he didn't have $100,000, but he's willing. I wouldn't say that, but the client would say that to me. I can get you 25 by tomorrow. That's what's going on. They're just changing the size of the margin call so they can buy time. That's how I see it. Could I be wrong and it turns out that this is just a big shibuku? Sure. Sure. You might find out that on Tuesday morning, they're able to get the stock price down to $2 and it's all over. I don't think so, though. I think what they're trying to do here is to impress upon the people lending them credit that the margin call is not as big as it was. The stock opened at 8. It's going down. We have it under control. It's not the 870. It's 715. And that's what I think's going on. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Hey, Red Pepper Ronnie. 816, 779. I see 715. I see a 711 bid. We'll see what happens. I like your approach on silver. I had some every month. I sold my car to buy it. So I have to, I like that actually. I think you should sell your car. Right now, if there's a time to sell your car, get rid of parking tickets, gasoline, monthly car bill, anything, just get rid of it, take your money and buy silver. Now's the time to do that. Yeah, I think that's right. All right, let's see. I'm here all day. Let's just go to the end and see what happens. I see 711 to 760. There's a delay on my price by 15 minutes, but the bid and the ask is real time. So it's 711 to 760. I don't know what the last trade was. 724 to 750. So my opinion, they needed the lowest print they could get at 330, 705. I mean, they would have loved it lower, but 705, the stock was as high as 875. So this gives them $1.70 off of the maximum that their creditors are calling them for. And it might be enough so that they can say, hey, we're good for it. Look at my account. Look how much business I've given you. Why don't you tie this trade to that account? And that's the kind of thing that's going on. They're scrambling to hold this position for a miracle to happen. And by the way, that is the risk in this trade. A miracle could happen over the weekend so that the shorts can drive it down. If they're able to get it to $3, a lot of us are going to say, hell, and we're not going to put up more money. But I think this situation is beyond us. I think this is a case where the shorts are trapped and the buy-in is occurring, but I could be wrong. I'm relying on what Ham is saying, right? I don't see the last price, as I told you, but I see 724 bid. And now I don't see it at all. Now it's 715 bid to 745, but the last trade I see is 685. So if I had to guess, because my prices are delayed by 15 minutes, that's the price that they were able to show their version of the office manager, the compliance officer. So they're down $2. That saved them maybe a margin call of $3 million or more. And that's huge. That's huge. Maybe that's where the print was. And now over the weekend, instead of having to bring in $10 million, maybe they only have to bring in 5. I don't know. And it's something. And then over the weekend, they can try to get their buddies to sell it off. Now, the other way to analyze it is the squeeze is over with and they're going to win and they're going to get it down. We have to be aware of that. I don't think that's what's going on, but we're about to find out. The bid is 715, the ask is 745. The last trade is 685.24. 685.24. Uh-oh, that's the cap. So I guess Lion thinks that's the top of it. Maybe Lion could be right. I would listen to his analysis of trading is much better than mine. They're securing the bag. That could be. And we'll be the bag holders. That could be. That could be. Delivery failures are rampant in gold and silver, absolutely. And not even worse, it's headline news, and it's spreading like wildfire. And big money, particularly out of the Middle East, big new money is coming in to buy. There's been big money out of the East buying for a long time. But sort of westernized money, which I would include the Middle East in that, is starting to buy. $7.25, $7.40. So it's now down 90 cents. We'll see. 3 different funds bought millions of shares of HLF. I don't know anything about HLF. All right, here's a joker. Get out of GBUX now. Final warning. Final warning. Get out of GBUX now. All right, let me give you my reaction to that. These kind of guys, I've never heard of Joker IRL before, but these guys come here to scare you. Yes, that's one interpretation. But I will point out to you that they can't help themselves. They're bragging a little bit. They're in the know. So to assuage their guilt, I think, they tell you. And it is possible that Joker IR is telling you, giving you a truthful warning that GBUX is about to be hit with massive new short selling. It's possible. It's a judgment call. I'm going to suggest to you that we'll watch it till the end here. I'm going to suggest to you that Joker IRL might be right. I'll give it 40% odds, 40% odds. But since I've never heard of him before, and since he's come on with 20 minutes to go, and he's giving the final warning, I'm going to go with that shorts are trapped in GBUX, and there's more to go on the upside. If for some reason $8.70 was the top, I think you'll have another chance. Maybe there's a sell-off on Tuesday. I think you'll have another chance to get out close to 870. It might only be 8. So I wouldn't get scared out of it today, right now. Let's just see how it trades. I do give credence to Joker IRL's warning because I've gotten those warnings before and they turned out to be true. What I think's different here is the way the stock has traded over the last just a handful of days. Looks like a trap short. But if you're stressed, you can lighten up over the weekend. You can always buy back in Tuesday morning. You don't have to hold it over the 3 days. 705, 720. 705, 720. Charlie M. I sold some off at 8, still holding some, but I've more than 3x'd my position. I just don't like the weekend hold. I agree with that. There's two sides to a weekend hold. It's going to be tough for the shorts, but it could be tough for the longs too. I don't blame you. There's no reason you don't have to hold it over the weekend. Lion says it's 740. I don't see that because I don't have a you know what I mean, real-time quote. I do have real-time bid and ask. I'm seeing 690 to 740. I don't think it's real. I think it's to scare us, scare you. And I think it's a sign that they're in trouble, but we'll find out. We'll find out. I don't have Schwab. I don't have Schwab. I have E-Trade, but my E-Trade is open on the computer I'm using to talk to you. So I can't use it. 50-cent spread. Let me see if there's any other news going on. All right, let me see. 690, 745. Oh, you don't have to pay for it? I didn't know that. I'll have to look then. 690, 745 is what I see. 690 bid. I agree with you, Robert. He probably gets money, but back when GTII was running and they were threatening my physical well-being, even life, they told me what they were going to do. I didn't quite believe it, but they did it. And so it's almost as if by telling you, they can tell themselves that they were honest with you and they warned you, and it somehow makes it all right for Joker to collude, spoof, sell stock that doesn't exist, sell stock from offshore. But we have to face the reality that his criminal actions are tolerated because there's just so much money to be made. So you have to take a stand, and I'm not saying you, Robert, I'm sorry. One has to take a stand. Do you think that the shorts are going to win over the weekend? Tuesday morning, are they going to be able to drive it to $4? Are they going to be able to get people offshore to sell the stock down? Maybe. Maybe they find a fund in Frankfurt that'll sell 10 million shares at market and make the thing run down. Maybe. But they've got to get it, I think, down, I can't remember what Ham said, down to one something, let's say $2 before the margin call goes away. But yeah, maybe they can. Maybe they can. They've done it in other stocks, haven't they? They've driven crappy stocks down to nothing. They've driven good stocks down to nothing, and they always win by working together, by trusting each other, by not ratting on each other. They're able to get stocks down. Ham said to sell the RIP. I'm guessing he did. I don't think so. Hello. Hello?
Are you still alive?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, put me on.
All right, so the question is, Ham said to sell the RIP. I'm guessing he did.
Yes, I did. I sold it. I sold it at $2. I missed the rest of the rip. I told you I'm not selling it.
I know.
So listen, this is what a bear raid looks like. And right now I'm driving and I saw it 690 to 755, right? Where do you get a 65-cent spread in the stock? Never. The shorts don't want to offer it lower because they don't want to sell anymore. They're trying to buy it. Do you understand that, everyone? 65-cent spread. They don't want to offer it. If they were sellers, they'd be offering it down. They're not selling.
I don't know what the last trade is, but right now it's 7 to 7:30.
Counter exists. Are you looking at OTC markets?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, OTC markets.
All right, so it's 7 to 7:30. It was 690 to 755 a minute ago when I looked.
Yeah.
So they don't want to sell it down. They're probably at 730 for 100 shares. That's it. You can manipulate the price of the stock with 100 shares. If no one buys it from you, they go to 725 and they offer 100 shares. And everybody on the phone, you have to be a buffoon not to be trying to do the same thing if you were upside down. They have to buy back their shares. They're trying to get you to sell.
There's one guy came on here, and they've been right before. I forget his name, but Joker, he came on and said, "Get out now, final warning." He did that 20 minutes ago. I don't know. What are those kind of guys? Why do they come on?
Yeah, they're short. They're trying to save their ass. That's what I would do. The same thing. I would do the exact same thing.
So is there anything they can do over the weekend? Organize a raid on Tuesday morning?
077. They're all over the place.
They're dead. 077. That's what I could tell you.
Yeah,
they're dead.
Yeah.
They could sit here and play all the games they want. They're dead.
Yeah.
This is very different. A finger motion, we're waiting for events to happen. Well, in this one, I think the events are coming. It's coming from very serious people. These guys are trapped. That's it. And you want to listen to people who come in here and tell you to get out?
No, I've told everyone.
No, that's an attack. What do you
have to make a choice right now. Do you believe that you're in the middle of a trapped short or not? And I think it's a trapped short. That's,
You're in the middle of a short squeeze.
Yeah.
This is that they always try to get people to panic out before they cover. They listen. If it was 1.68, now it's over 1.7 million today. They sold another 100,000.
Well,
ASCM is big.
The volume right now is 130,000. Do you remember what it was before this little sell-off?
Yeah, it was like 90 something thousand.
So it's not very much in this sell down.
So from 865 down to here it was 30,000 shares, 25,000 shares, and they sold most of it back and forth to themselves. Every time they put up a big bid, 3,000, 2,000, they hit it and they sold it down. So that means they're just selling it to themselves. I told you that they wash it to create more volume. On today's volume, I would say at least 25,000 was fake. So you're down to 105,000 that people bought shares in. And that was it. That's today's volume, 105,000. How many people sold it at? Let's say 30,000 sold. There's 70,000 new longs.
Do you think they're manipulating it? I was explaining that's what used to happen with me. We couldn't manipulate it, but
why would, if it's
at 330, your margin call could be less because of price action than it was in the morning.
Of course. Well, listen, you know they were busted.
Yeah.
And that's why people were buying small amounts at the top, because they keep torturing them. That's it. We all know they're going to attack. We think we're born yesterday. Wait.
I was born yesterday.
Yeah, it's
all right.
Really
so this is what they do.
It's
715 to 750.
They need to buy. They don't want to sell. If they were selling, real selling, they sell it always down. There's no selling. You could see it. So for those who wanted to buy the dips, there's your dip. That's it. For the rest of us, we're sitting there watching. We know the end game is coming. And see you later.
So Jack sold some and now he's bought back in, so he's learning.
Congratulations, Jack. I'm glad to hear that. I can't advise people to trade. I can't tell people, hey, buy it now, sell it here. You just do it yourself. You know that you have to learn how to do it. Again, this is part of the education that I keep telling you about. I don't care if it's one share and you sold it, you bought it back. Doesn't make a difference. This isn't diamond hands. Do whatever you like.
Steve bought 200 more.
Listen.
I thought he was buying diamonds for his wife, but whatever.
I know some very good people in here that have been buying. You saw the attack at 3:30. They came after it. But does anyone know? I put up before I walked out of the house a bar chart.
Why, in your opinion, why wouldn't, if there is a buy-in happening, why aren't they buying in?
What did I tell you, William?
I don't know.
It's a controlled buy-in, William. Controlled. Yeah. I said it's just like Root. Root is a controlled buy-in. Okay. GameStop was a prime broker buy-in. The prime broker buys in. They give the order a cigarette and they execute it. They don't care what they do.
Okay.
This is the prime broker telling them, I don't give a shit what you do. You better stop buying this in. And that's what they're doing.
So by the end of the day, the combination of a lower price and we lowered our position, that buys them the weekend.
That's all it did. That's all it's doing. That's it. I told you Root was up, down, got crushed, and then went from 83 back up to 140. Go look at the chart. These things always have some sort of sell-off. They knock them down so they get longs to sell on the rally back up. The next rally up, you can get some of the people that are nervous saying, oh my God, I better get out at 8. They get out at 8, then you paid 8, you break even at 8, you sell it at 8, and you turn around and it's 80.
Julie bought 70 more. I like it. It's 741 to 748 right now.
Well, I think your opportunity is right now. That's it. If you care, now it's showtime.
Yeah.
I think next week is going to be monstrous. I had a feeling that today was going to be monstrous. I guess it was moved to next week to be monstrous. All right. Do you understand that in Chinese, everyone?
You think next week is going to be big upside in?
Yes.
In
no ticky, no shirty. That's what it's going to be.
No,
if you don't have a tick, listen, it's an old joke.
I spent 3 years in the jungle looking for your uncle. That's Don Rickles. He's
we heard a great line the other day on a TV show and talking about how come all the people from India and the U.S. are doctors and everyone in India is a phone operator. What's going on? I was dying when I heard that line.
Well, my dad used to say that people self-select when they come to the United States. It used to be. I don't know what it's anymore. But you get the best. They come here. They're the best. They're the.
Okay. So what was the closing price, William? I don't know.
Well, the bid is 741. The ask is 748 at the close. I see $7, but that's delayed by.
Yeah, it's an old print. It's got to be 741, whatever.
Now I see 740. Is that the closing price? I don't know. I see 740.
All right.
So what's your summary? It's Tuesday morning. It opens down and then...
Listen, I think that we've been hearing that there's news coming, and so I think it's coming. So I don't know. The rumors are that the guys that are behind this thing have been saying that there's news coming. I thought it would be today, and so it's Monday or Tuesday, whatever the hell it is. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, listen, everyone, I'm driving. Have a great weekend. And
have fun at the comedy show.
A pullback is normal in these events. You can see them all the time. If you get nervous, just go look at Root. It went to 120, dropped to 63, then back up, back down, and then it went crazy. Overstock went to 30, went to 3 to 128. So, these guys, all they did was prolong the attack. Shows you exactly what we've been telling you. And William, I think I sent you a thing about Elon Musk talking about naked shorts. Listen, everyone, Johnny Tobacco told people that the highest level in the government all know about naked shorts and they're coming after them. That's what he said. All right. So, and he knows. So it's coming. These guys are going to get it, and it's just a matter of when. All right, everyone. Listen, have a great weekend. William, I'll speak to you tomorrow.
You didn't send me that. All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
I'm excited about it, but I mean, there's still risk. Life is full of risk. All right, guys. I don't know how much longer I can go on. I skipped lunch. Let's just see if there's any closing price here. Unfortunately, I think it's delayed. I don't know where GBUX closed. Maybe if I go to a different website. I don't see I don't know the closing price. I don't see it. So it closed at 740. All right. Well, something. What is the ticket haul? What is the ticket haul is comparing GBUX to? What is the ticket haul is comparing GBUX to? What is the haul? What is the ticker? Ham is comparing GBUX to. ROOT. That's the one. What do you think the future is for GTII? Fluctuating. I think in the future, the stock price of GTII will fluctuate. I think the CEO of this new company apparently has a good product. He's excited about it. According to him, they're good guys. I think he's interested in wooing capital from the whales. I think he's interested in wooing capital from you. And according to him, he's going to do right by the shareholders. So that's what Ham says. I personally feel like, regardless of motives, and it's not bad intent, I think we'll get crammed down. That's what I think. All right. I'm going to wait until I get the closing price, although maybe that's it, 740. So I'm down I think I can, hey, maybe I can look here without losing you. No, I can't. I almost lost you. I'm down probably, what, $48 on my trade. Whew. It's hard to yawn. Let me see if there's any news anywhere to talk about. I don't see any news to give you or talk about. So that, I guess that's good, huh? Quiet day in the news front. I don't think it matters. I have no idea. The new SEC guy is not going to change anything. Trento having a call this weekend. Good. The Trento story is an alternative to whatever that other company's called. I mean, there's moving parts in the Trento story, but I like the assets that are represented, and they're valuable. So, you know, everything's in the details, but I think it's worth listening to Trento tell their story. I think, I mean, even at the most basic, it's better to listen to two bidders than one. That drives the price up, right? So I'm not telling you what to do, but if you listen to the other group, I forget the name of it, why not listen to the Trento proposal? It would, at a minimum, it would seem prudent to do so. I'm just waiting to see what the price was, and then I'm going to sign off. There's a picture of trading places I laughed at. All right, let me get this GBUX. You know what really happened is I bought stock yesterday. That's why it, or I show $7.50, but that's the wrong price, isn't it? That's 15 minutes delayed. And the volume I show is 136. So they didn't, if they have a problem, they haven't covered very much. They're just buying time. You bought today, that's why it's down? Yeah, I bought yesterday, that's why it's down for me. All right, I'm going to wait 3 minutes because I think that will be the closing price. Because it says here the bid is delayed 15 minutes. Doesn't say bid. It says delayed trade data, 15 minutes. So I'm showing 750. 741 was the last trade. Well, the last short numbers I saw, if you can believe them, is 1.65 million. And it shows a, what do they call it? A squeeze price of $1.98. So they're not any better off than they were. Now I'm seeing 748. So you're probably right, Augustine. It's going down. Brother, you're going down. If it's between you and some sucker whose wife is going to be made a widow, brother, you're going down. All right, 1 more minute. I can't wait. I wanna get on with life. All right, I see 748. I assume they're going to change it to 741. Not yet. Not yet. Do I think it'll go up Tuesday or Wednesday? I think they're going to do everything they can do to get it down on Tuesday, because they'll pop the bubble. If they can get it down 2 or 3 points Tuesday morning, who's going to buy? And it'll, that's what they're going to try to do. But listening to him just now, all right, so it closed at 740. Listening to him, I think he thinks they're just playing games and they're trapped. So I'm going to go with, I think it'll be down Tuesday and up Wednesday. How's that? Down Tuesday, up Wednesday. Well, let's say down Tuesday morning, and by Wednesday it'll be up. It's bigger than we are, so we'll find out. If this number can be believed, it's 1.6 million shares that need to be covered, and they're losing money from $2. So whatever's driven it up over the last many dollars that problem is still there. So I came watching you. All right. I like the little squirrels. All right, I'm gonna sign off. I wish everybody, oh, let me show you that. I'm gonna wish everybody happy Valentine's Day, and he's a good boy. All right, so I'm gonna say good night to everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. Love the one you're with if you love the one you're with. Don't listen to the lyrics otherwise. And we'll talk to you, I hope, Tuesday. But we'll probably talk to you before then. So anyway, peace, love, and happiness. Thanks for watching.